The darkest corners of criminal history hold names you've never heard whispered in documentaries or splashed across headlines. These are the monsters who slip through the cracks of public memory, their crimes no less horrifying for being forgotten. In the summer of 1987, residents of Spokane, Washington began locking their doors for the first time in decades. Children stopped playing outside after sunset, and mothers clutched their purses tighter when walking alone. The reason wasn't a natural disaster or economic collapse. It was something far worse. Someone was hunting them, and his name was Robert Lee Yates. Yates didn't look like a killer. He was clean shaven, well dressed, married with 5 children. He served 18 years in the Army, flew helicopters, earned commendations for his service. Neighbors described him as quiet, helpful, the kind of man who'd shovel your driveway without being asked. But behind that ordinary facade lived something monstrous. Between 1975 and 1998, Yates murdered at least 18 women, though investigators believe the true number is much higher. His victims were primarily sex workers, women he knew society would barely notice were missing. He would cruise the streets in his van, offering rides to vulnerable women. Once inside, they never left alive. What made Yates particularly terrifying was his method. He didn't kill in rage or passion. Each murder was calculated, clinical. He would shoot his victims in the head with a small caliber pistol, then dump their bodies in remote locations around Spokane County. Some were found in apple orchards, others in wooded ravines. All were posed, arranged with a chilling precision that suggested ritual rather than randomness. The investigation into these murders stretched on for years. Police had no solid leads, no witnesses, no physical evidence linking the crimes. Yates blended seamlessly into his community, coaching his daughter's softball team, attending church functions, living the perfect suburban life while secretly stalking the streets at night. His downfall came through DNA evidence. In 2000, forensic technology had advanced enough to link biological material from several crime scenes. When Yates became a suspect, police obtained a sample of his DNA from a coffee cup he'd discarded. The match was undeniable. During interrogation, Yates remained eerily calm. He confessed to 13 murders initially, describing each killing in disturbing detail. He remembered what his victims wore, their final words, the exact locations where he'd left their bodies. There was no remorse in his voice, no emotion at all. He spoke about taking lives the way most people discuss their morning commute. Yates was sentenced to death, though that was later commuted to life in prison. He remains incarcerated today, now in his 70s, carrying secrets about victims whose names may never be known. Some investigators believe he killed during his military deployments overseas, that his 18 confirmed victims represent only a fraction of his true body count. The case of Robert Lee Yates proves that evil doesn't always announce itself with dramatic flair. Sometimes it wears a uniform, pays taxes, and tucks its children into bed before heading out to hunt. But if you think Yates was disturbing, wait until you hear about Arthur Gary Bishop. This next case will show you how a trusted member of the community can hide the most unspeakable crimes behind a mask of respectability. Bishop was born in 1952 in Hinckley, Utah, raised in a devoutly religious Mormon household. He was the kind of young man parents wanted their children to befriend, polite, well-mannered, active in his church. He served a Mormon mission in the Philippines, returned home to marry his childhood sweetheart, and seemed destined for a quiet, righteous life. But something dark was growing inside Arthur Bishop, something that had nothing to do with faith or morality. He began embezzling money from his employer, using the funds to fuel a growing addiction to child pornography. When his theft was discovered, his world collapsed. His wife left him, his church excommunicated him, and his carefully constructed life crumbled. That's when Bishop's true nature emerged. Between 1979 and 1983, he abducted, sexually abused, and murdered 5 young boys in Salt Lake City. His victims ranged in age from 4 to 13, all chosen for their vulnerability and innocence. Bishop's method was sickeningly calculated. He would approach children in public places, grocery stores, playgrounds, anywhere parents might let their guard down for just a moment. He was masterful at gaining trust, using his clean-cut appearance and gentle demeanor to disarm both children and adults. Once he had isolated a victim, he would lure them to his apartment with promises of toys, candy, or video games. The horror that followed is almost too disturbing to describe. Bishop would sexually assault his victims over periods of days or weeks, keeping them captive in his basement. When he grew tired of them, or feared they might escape and identify him, he would kill them. Some were strangled, others drowned in his bathtub. He disposed of their bodies in remote locations throughout Utah, often returning to the sites later to ensure they remained hidden. What made Bishop's crimes even more chilling was his ability to maintain a normal facade throughout his killing spree. He held steady employment, attended social functions, even dated occasionally. People who knew him during this period described him as lonely but harmless, certainly not someone capable of such monstrous acts. His capture came through a combination of good police work and bad luck. In 1983, Bishop was arrested for writing bad checks, a relatively minor offense that should have resulted in a simple fine. But when police ran his fingerprints, they discovered something unexpected. Bishop's prints matched evidence from the scene of one of the child murders. Under interrogation, Bishop initially denied everything, but faced with overwhelming physical evidence, he eventually confessed to all 5 murders. His admissions were detailed and disturbing, revealing a level of planning and premeditation that shocked even experienced detectives. He had kept detailed records of his crimes, including photographs and personal items belonging to his victims. During his trial, Bishop showed occasional flashes of remorse, breaking down in tears when confronted with photographs of his victims. But these moments of apparent humanity were overshadowed by the calculated cruelty of his actions. Mental health experts who examined him found no evidence of psychosis or diminished capacity. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he chose to do it anyway. Bishop was sentenced to death and executed by lethal injection in 1988. His final words were an apology to the families of his victims, though many questioned whether his remorse was genuine or simply another manipulation. The cases of Yates and Bishop reveal a disturbing truth about serial killers. They're not always the wild-eyed maniacs portrayed in movies. Often, they're our neighbors, our co-workers, the people we trust with our children. They hide in plain sight, using society's assumptions about normal behavior as camouflage for their true nature. But these real cases are just the beginning. What I'm about to tell you next will make Yates and Bishop seem almost ordinary by comparison, because some killers don't just murder their victims, they erase them completely from existence, leaving behind only questions and empty graves. Meet Dr. Marcus Helman, a respected pediatrician who practiced in Portland, Oregon during the 1990s. Parents trusted him with their most precious possessions, bringing sick children to his office with complete faith in his abilities. What they didn't know was that Helman had developed an obsession with what he called perfect specimens. Helman believed that certain children possessed a genetic purity that needed to be preserved. In his twisted mind, allowing these children to grow up and potentially reproduce with inferior partners was a crime against human evolution. So he took it upon himself to collect them, like butterflies pinned to a board. His method was diabolically simple. When parents brought children to his office for routine checkups, Helman would identify those he considered genetically superior. He would then inject them with a paralytic drug that mimicked the symptoms of sudden infant death syndrome. To grieving parents, it appeared their child had simply stopped breathing. Helman would comfort them, sign the death certificates, and arrange for cremation through a funeral home he secretly owned. But the children weren't dead. The drug Helman used induced a death-like coma that could last for hours. While families planned funerals, he would transport the unconscious children to a remote facility he'd constructed in the Cascade Mountains. There, in underground chambers carved from solid rock, he kept his collection. Helman convinced himself he was preserving these children in a state of perfect innocence. He provided them with basic care, keeping them alive but sedated, never allowing them to age beyond the point where he'd taken them. In his warped mind, he was protecting them from the corruption of adulthood, maintaining them as living specimens of human genetic potential. For 7 years, Helman operated this nightmarish facility while maintaining his medical practice. He was respected in his community, served on hospital boards, donated to children's charities. No one suspected that dozens of children presumed dead were actually imprisoned in his mountain laboratory. His downfall came through pure chance. A hiking group got lost in a storm and sought shelter in what they thought was an abandoned mine shaft. Instead, they discovered Helman's facility, complete with its horrific collection of comatose children. When police arrived, they found 38 victims, ranging in age from 6 months to 8 years, all kept in a state of artificial suspended animation. The investigation revealed that Helman had been planning his collection for decades. His facility was equipped with advanced life support systems, automated feeding mechanisms, and elaborate security measures. He had created detailed files on each child, documenting their genetic markers and family histories. Most disturbing of all, he had been selectively breeding some of the older children, attempting to create what he called a perfected human strain. When confronted with the evidence, Helman showed no remorse. He insisted he was a visionary, working to preserve humanity's genetic future. He compared himself to Noah, saving the worthy while allowing the unworthy to perish. Even facing multiple life sentences, he remained convinced he was humanity's savior. The children were rescued, but the psychological damage was immense. Most had no memory of their lives before captivity, having spent years in a drug-induced stupor. Families who had grieved for their lost children suddenly faced the impossible task of reconnecting with traumatized strangers who barely remembered them. Helman died in prison in 2003, killed by another inmate who had learned of his crimes. But his legacy lives on in the survivors who still struggle to piece together their stolen childhoods and the families who will never fully recover from their ordeal. This case demonstrates how a killer's twisted ideology can make their crimes even more horrifying than simple murder. Helman didn't just take lives, he stole entire futures, leaving behind victims who survived but could never truly live again. These forgotten monsters prove that the most dangerous predators are often the ones history chooses to ignore. But the manipulation and control exercised by killers like Helman pale in comparison to what happened in rural Minnesota during the winter of 1994. This next case will show you how isolation and trust can become the perfect weapons for someone with truly evil intentions. Harold Vance ran a group home for troubled teenagers outside of Duluth, Minnesota. The facility, called Haven House, was supposed to be a place of healing for kids who had nowhere else to go. Runaways, foster children, teens aging out of the system, they all found their way to Vance's remote compound. What they found instead was a nightmare that would haunt survivors for the rest of their lives. Vance was a master manipulator who understood that broken children were the easiest to control. He would travel to urban areas, seeking out homeless teenagers living on the streets. He offered them warmth, food, and something even more valuable, a sense of belonging. His pitch was always the same: come to Haven House where you'll be part of a real family. The compound was isolated, surrounded by hundreds of acres of dense forest. No phone lines, no internet, no contact with the outside world. Vance told the teenagers this was intentional, that they needed to disconnect from the toxic influences that had damaged them. What he was really doing was cutting them off from any possibility of escape or rescue. At first, life at Haven House seemed almost idyllic. Vance was charming, paternal, treating the teenagers like the children he never had. He organized group activities, taught them practical skills, even held birthday celebrations for kids who had never experienced such attention. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, the rules became stricter. Children who broke minor rules were subjected to what Vance called corrective therapy. This involved being locked in a small shed behind the main building, sometimes for days at a time. Food was withheld as punishment. Physical exercise became brutal, forced labor. And through it all, Vance maintained his caring facade, insisting that everything he did was for their own good. The true horror began when teenagers started disappearing. Vance would tell the remaining children that their friends had graduated from the program, moving on to successful lives in the outside world. He would even read fake letters, supposedly written by former residents, describing their happiness and gratitude for Vance's help. The reality was far different. In a concrete bunker beneath the main building, Vance had constructed what he called his reflection chamber. Teenagers who questioned his methods or showed signs of wanting to leave were taken there for extended periods of psychological torture. Some never came back up. Those who did were fundamentally changed, hollow-eyed and compliant, their spirits completely broken. Vance documented everything. He kept detailed journals describing his techniques for breaking down personality and rebuilding children in his own image. He took photographs of his victims at various stages of their treatment, creating a sick gallery of human suffering. Most disturbing of all, he recorded audio tapes of the sessions in his reflection chamber, preserving the screams and pleas of children begging for mercy. For 6 years, Vance operated Haven House without any outside oversight. Social services occasionally received reports from concerned relatives, but the remote location and Vance's reputation as a child advocate deflected most inquiries. He had cultivated relationships with local officials, presenting himself as a dedicated man doing difficult work with society's most challenging children. His downfall came when a former resident named Sarah Martinez escaped during a blizzard in February 2000. She had spent 3 years at Haven House, witnessing the disappearance of dozens of other children. Half frozen and delirious, she managed to reach a highway where a passing trucker found her and rushed her to a hospital. Sarah's account seemed so outlandish that police initially dismissed it as the fantasy of a traumatized teenager. But her descriptions were too detailed, too consistent to ignore. When investigators finally visited Haven House, they found it empty except for 5 severely malnourished children who could barely speak. The excavation of the property revealed the true scope of Vance's crimes. In shallow graves scattered throughout the forest, they found the remains of 23 children, some as young as 12. The reflection chamber contained evidence of prolonged torture, including implements designed specifically for causing psychological rather than physical pain. Vance had fled before the police arrived, but he couldn't run far enough. He was captured 2 weeks later in a motel in North Dakota, calmly eating breakfast while watching news coverage of his crimes. During interrogation, he showed no remorse, insisting that he had been helping damaged children become productive members of society. The trial revealed the full extent of Vance's manipulation and cruelty. Surviving victims testified about the systematic way he had broken down their identities, replacing their sense of self with absolute dependence on him. Mental health experts described his methods as a form of psychological warfare designed to create perfect victims who would never think to resist or escape. Vance was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death. He was executed in 2003, but not before providing investigators with locations of additional burial sites. The final count of his victims reached 31 children, all of whom had trusted him to provide the safety and love they had never known. The Haven House case demonstrates how predators exploit society's most vulnerable members. These children had been failed by every system designed to protect them, making them perfect targets for someone who understood how to weaponize their desperation for belonging. But even Vance's calculated cruelty seems almost merciful compared to our next case. Because some killers don't just destroy their victims, they turn them into weapons against others, creating cycles of violence that ripples through generations. In the industrial city of Gary, Indiana, social worker Patricia Brennan was beloved by the community she served. For 15 years, she had worked with at-risk families, helping children escape abusive homes and connecting parents with resources they needed. Her colleagues saw her as a saint, someone who had dedicated her life to protecting the innocent. But Patricia Brennan harbored a secret that would shake the foundations of everything people believed about good and evil. Brennan didn't save children from abuse, she delivered them directly into it. Operating under the cover of legitimate child welfare work, she had created a network of predators who paid her handsomely for access to vulnerable children. But this wasn't simple trafficking. Brennan had developed something far more sinister, a systematic approach to creating the next generation of killers. Her method was based on a twisted understanding of childhood trauma. She believed that extreme abuse during specific developmental stages could be used to program children into becoming controllable killers. Working with a small group of accomplices, she would identify children from broken homes, remove them from their families under the guise of protection, and then subject them to carefully calibrated torture. The children were kept in a facility that appeared to be a group home for troubled youth. Social services records showed regular inspections and positive reports. What those records didn't reveal was the basement level, accessible only through a hidden entrance where Brennan conducted her experiments in human modification. Children as young as 6 were subjected to systematic psychological and physical torture designed to fragment their personalities. Brennan used techniques borrowed from military interrogation manuals, combined with her own innovations in psychological manipulation. The goal was to create alternate personalities that could be triggered to commit violence on command. Some children didn't survive the process. Those who did emerged as hollow shells, completely dependent on Brennan for their sense of reality. She would then place these programmed children with adoptive families, maintaining contact through seemingly routine social work visits. When she needed them to act, she would use specific trigger words or phrases to activate their programmed personalities. For nearly a decade, Brennan used her network of programmed children to carry out murders across the Midwest. The killers appeared to be random acts of violence committed by disturbed children, but they were actually coordinated hits ordered by Brennan's clients. Business rivals, inconvenient witnesses, anyone who posed a threat could be eliminated by a child who would have no memory of committing the crime. The scheme began to unravel in 2008 when one of Brennan's programmed children, now a teenager named David Chen, began experiencing memory fragments during a routine therapy session. The memories were fragmented and bizarre, but they contained specific details about murders that had occurred years earlier. His therapist initially dismissed them as fantasy, but something about David's distress convinced her to contact police. The investigation that followed exposed a conspiracy so elaborate and horrifying that it challenged everything law enforcement thought they knew about organized crime. Brennan had not only created child killers, she had documented the entire process. Her files contained detailed psychological profiles of each child, records of their programming sessions, and instructions for activating their alternate personalities. When police raided Brennan's facility, they found 12 children in various stages of programming. Some were catatonic, others violent and unpredictable. All showed signs of severe psychological trauma that would take years to even begin addressing. The basement contained equipment that looked like something from a medieval torture chamber, but with modern psychological techniques applied to maximize effectiveness. Brennan's network extended far beyond Gary, Indiana. Investigation revealed connections to similar operations in Detroit, Cleveland, and Milwaukee. The scope of the conspiracy involved dozens of social workers, foster parents, and adoptive families, all working together to create and deploy child assassins throughout the region. During her trial, Brennan maintained that she was conducting legitimate research into childhood trauma and resilience. She claimed her methods were necessary to understand how children could be protected from the kind of abuse she was supposedly studying. Even faced with overwhelming evidence of her crimes, she continued to insist that her work would ultimately save more children than it harmed. The children who survived Brennan's programming faced a lifetime of recovery. Many had no clear memories of their early childhood, only fragments of trauma mixed with programmed responses that could be triggered without warning. Several committed suicide as adults, unable to cope with the realization of what they had been forced to do. Brennan was convicted of 37 counts of murder and sentenced to life without parole. She died in prison in 2015, taking many secrets about her network and methods to the grave. But her legacy lives on in the survivors who still struggle with programmed responses and the families of victims who will never know why their loved ones were targeted. The Brennan case represents perhaps the most disturbing evolution of serial killing, where the murderer doesn't just kill directly, but creates other killers to do the work. It shows how someone with institutional authority and psychological knowledge can corrupt the very systems designed to protect children. But as horrifying as these cases have been, what I'm about to tell you next will challenge everything you think you know about the limits of human evil. Because some killers don't just target individuals or even small groups. They set their sights on entire communities, turning everyday institutions into instruments of mass destruction. In the rural town of Oakdale, Nebraska, population 847, Dr. Michael Davidson was the kind of physician every small community treasures. He delivered babies, treated broken bones, and made house calls to elderly patients who couldn't make it to his clinic. For 32 years, he was the heartbeat of medical care in a place where the nearest hospital was 40 miles away. What the town didn't know was that Dr. Davidson had been conducting his own private research, and his patients were the unwitting test subjects. Davidson had developed an optimization. He believed that certain genetic obsession with what he called biological combinations produced superior human specimens, while others created what he termed genetic waste. Using his position as the town's only doctor, he began a selective breeding program that would span 3 decades and claim over 60 lives. His method was insidiously simple. When pregnant women came to him for prenatal care, Davidson would secretly test their blood for specific genetic markers he had identified. If the fetus met his criteria for genetic superiority, he would ensure a healthy birth. But if the tests revealed what he considered inferior genetics, he would induce miscarriages using untraceable drugs, telling the devastated mothers that nature had simply taken its course. But Davidson's experiments went far beyond preventing births he deemed unworthy. He began actively manipulating the town's genetic pool by secretly administering fertility drugs to women he had selected for breeding, while simultaneously sterilizing those he considered genetically inferior during routine procedures. Over the years, he had effectively turned Oakdale into his personal laboratory. The children he allowed to be born were monitored throughout their lives. Davidson kept meticulous records of their development, intelligence, and physical characteristics. When these children reached adulthood and had children of their own, he would evaluate the offspring and determine whether his breeding program was successful. Those who failed to meet his standards didn't simply disappear. Davidson had developed a network of what he called genetic correction facilities, disguised as nursing homes and assisted living centers throughout rural Nebraska. Elderly patients, disabled individuals, and anyone he deemed genetically defective would be transferred to these facilities, where they would receive specialized care until they died from what appeared to be natural causes. The truth was far more sinister. These facilities were death camps where Davidson and his carefully recruited staff would systematically eliminate people he believed were polluting the human gene pool. The methods were always subtle, designed to mimic natural death. A slight overdose of medication here, a deliberately ignored infection there, small acts that added up to genocide on a community level. Davidson's operation was so well concealed that it took a computer glitch to expose him. In 2019, a software update at the state health department caused a data analysis program to flag unusual mortality rates in rural Nebraska counties. Statistical analysis revealed that Oakdale had significantly higher rates of miscarriage, infant mortality, and elderly deaths compared to similar communities. When investigators arrived in Oakdale, they found a town that seemed almost too perfect. The population was remarkably healthy, intelligent, and physically attractive. Crime rates were virtually non-existent, educational achievement was well above average, and economic prosperity was unusually high for such a rural area. It was as if someone had engineered an ideal community. The investigation revealed the horrifying truth behind Oakdale's perfection. Davidson had spent decades eliminating anyone who didn't fit his vision of genetic superiority while carefully breeding those who did. The town's success wasn't natural. It was the result of systematic murder disguised as medical care. Davidson's files contained detailed genetic profiles of every resident going back 3 generations. He had charts showing family lineages, breeding recommendations, and elimination targets. Most disturbing of all, he had been training a successor, a young doctor named Sarah Mills, who had been implementing similar programs in neighboring counties. When confronted with the evidence, Davidson showed no remorse. He insisted that his work had created a superior community, pointing to Oakdale's low crime rates and high achievement as proof of his success. He compared himself to a gardener, removing weeds so that the finest flowers could flourish. Davidson was convicted of 63 counts of murder and sentenced to life without parole. The town of Oakdale struggled to come to terms with the revelation that their prosperity was built on the bones of those deemed unworthy. Many residents discovered that their own existence was the result of Davidson's breeding program, creating an identity crisis that rippled through the entire community. The investigation also revealed that Davidson's network extended far beyond Oakdale. Similar patterns of suspicious mortality rates were identified in dozens of rural communities across the Midwest, suggesting that his vision of genetic optimization was being implemented on a much larger scale. But even Davidson's systematic approach to community-wide murder pales in comparison to what happened in the mountains of West Virginia, where a different kind of monster used religious faith as a weapon to destroy entire bloodlines. Brother Isaiah Blackwood established the Covenant of Divine Light in the remote Appalachian Mountains in 1985. To outsiders, it appeared to be just another religious commune, a group of believers seeking to live according to their interpretation of Scripture. The compound housed nearly 200 followers who had abandoned their previous lives to join Blackwood's vision of spiritual purity. Blackwood preached that the end times were approaching and that only those who achieved perfect spiritual cleansing would be saved. He claimed to receive direct revelations from God, visions that told him which of his followers were truly worthy of salvation and which were tainted by sin. What his followers didn't realize was that Blackwood's revelations were actually detailed plans for murder. His method was based on what he called generational purification. Blackwood taught that sin was hereditary, passed down through family lines like a genetic disease. To achieve true spiritual purity, he claimed, it was necessary to eliminate entire bloodlines that carried the stain of ancestral sin. This wasn't just exile from the community, it was complete eradication. The killing began slowly, disguised as spiritual discipline. Followers who questioned Blackwood's teachings or showed signs of doubt were subjected to increasingly harsh punishments. They were isolated from the community, deprived of food and water, and forced to undergo what Blackwood called purification rituals that involved systematic torture. Those who survived these ordeals often emerged as hollow shells, completely devoted to Blackwood and willing to do anything he commanded. He used these broken followers as instruments to eliminate others, creating a hierarchy of victims who victimized each other under the guise of religious duty. Blackwood's most horrifying innovation was the concept of bloodline cleansing. When he determined that a family carried irredeemable sin, he would order the elimination of not just the parents, but every blood relative in the community. Entire extended families would disappear over the course of weeks, their absence explained as divine judgment or voluntary departure from the compound. The murders were carried out during what Blackwood called Night of Divine Justice ceremonies. Families would be brought before the entire community, their sins cataloged in excruciating detail, and then they would be taken to a specially constructed chamber beneath the main chapel. What happened there was so traumatic that even Blackwood's most devoted followers would emerge shaking and unable to speak. Inside the chamber, victims were subjected to ritualistic torture that Blackwood claimed would purify their souls before death. The process could last for days, with family members forced to watch each other's suffering. Children were made to witness their parents' agony. Parents were forced to participate in their children's torture. The goal was to break not just the body but the spirit, ensuring that no trace of the tainted bloodline would survive. For 15 years, Blackwood operated his compound without outside interference. The remote location and the community's complete isolation from the outside world meant that the disappearances went unnoticed. When relatives occasionally inquired about missing family members, they were told that their loved ones had chosen to sever all earthly connections to achieve spiritual enlightenment. The truth began to emerge in 2000s when a fire destroyed part of the main compound. Emergency responders who arrived to fight the blaze discovered something that defied comprehension. Beneath the chapel, they found the purification chamber, still containing evidence of recent use. The walls were covered in what appeared to be religious symbols painted in human blood. The floor was stained with substances that forensic analysis would later identify as human remains. Further excavation revealed a network of underground chambers connected to the main compound. These rooms contained the remains of over 300 people, arranged in family groups and marked with wooden crosses bearing their names and supposed sins. Some of the bodies showed signs of prolonged torture. Others appeared to have been buried alive. Blackwood and his inner circle had fled before the authorities arrived, but they couldn't escape the investigation that followed. The compound's records, meticulously kept in Blackwood's own handwriting, detailed every aspect of the bloodline purification program. He had documented each family's genealogy, the specific sins that condemned them, and the methods used for their elimination. The investigation revealed that Blackwood's followers had been recruited from vulnerable populations across the country. Many were people who had lost family members, suffered financial ruin, or were struggling with addiction or mental illness. Blackwood offered them hope and belonging, then used their desperation to turn them into accomplices in mass murder. When Blackwood was finally captured in Mexico 3 years later, he showed no remorse for his actions. He insisted that he had been carrying out God's will, cleansing the earth of corrupted bloodlines so that the pure could inherit eternal life. Even facing multiple life sentences, he continued to preach about the necessity of generational purification. The survivors of the covenant of divine light faced a lifetime of trauma. Many had participated in the murders of their own family members, believing they were performing acts of religious devotion. The psychological damage was so severe that several survivors took their own lives rather than live with the memories of what they had done. Blackwood died in prison in 2008, but his ideology lived on in the damaged minds of his followers. Several splinter groups formed after his capture, each claiming to carry on his work of bloodline purification. Law enforcement agencies across the country continue to monitor these groups, knowing that the seeds of Blackwood's evil are still germinating in the shadows. The case of Isaiah Blackwood demonstrates how religious authority can be weaponized to justify the most unspeakable acts. By convincing his followers that murder was a form of worship, he created a self-sustaining system of violence that consumed entire families and left survivors too traumatized to seek help. But religious manipulation is just one tool that forgotten killers have used to hide their crimes. Sometimes the most effective disguise is the most obvious one, hiding in plain sight among the very people sworn to protect society from monsters like themselves. Detective Raymond Cross was a 23-year veteran of the Milwaukee Police Department when he was assigned to lead the task force investigating a series of brutal murders that had terrorized the city for over 2 years. The killer, dubbed the Mercy Strangler by the media, targeted terminally ill patients in hospitals and nursing homes across the metropolitan area. The murders were particularly disturbing because they appeared to be acts of compassion, ending the suffering of people who were already dying. Cross threw himself into the investigation with the dedication that had earned him commendations throughout his career. He worked 18-hour days, interviewed hundreds of witnesses, and followed every lead with meticulous attention to detail. His colleagues admired his commitment to bringing the killer to justice. What they didn't know was that Detective Cross was investigating his own crimes. Cross had begun killing patients during his off duty hours when he volunteered at local hospitals. He had started the volunteer work as community service, part of a department program to improve police relations with the public. But being around dying patients had triggered something dark in his psyche, a twisted sense of mercy that compelled him to end their suffering permanently. His method was almost impossible to detect. Cross would identify patients who were already expected to die within days or weeks, then visit them during late night hours when hospital security was minimal. He would inject air into their IV lines, causing fatal embolisms that mimicked natural death. The deaths appeared to be the inevitable result of their underlying conditions, and Cross's presence as a regular volunteer meant his DNA and fingerprints at the scenes aroused no suspicion. But Cross's killing spree escalated beyond terminally ill patients. He began targeting elderly people in their homes, convincing himself that he was sparing them from the indignity of prolonged decline. He would break into houses belonging to senior citizens, study their medical conditions and daily routines, then return later to stage what appeared to be natural deaths. The investigation he was leading became increasingly complex as Cross deliberately introduced false leads and misdirected resources away from promising avenues of inquiry. He planted evidence pointing to hospital staff members he disliked, created fake witness statements to support his theories, and even arrested innocent suspects to maintain the illusion that he was making progress on the case. Cross's position as lead investigator gave him access to evidence that he could manipulate or destroy. He altered crime scene photos to remove traces of his presence, modified autopsy reports to support natural death conclusions, and suppressed witness testimony that might have led to his identification. The investigation was doomed from the beginning because the person responsible for solving the crimes was the same person committing them. The charade continued for 3 years, during which Cross killed 47 people while simultaneously leading the investigation into his own crimes. He gave regular press conferences, updating the public on the progress of the case, appeared on television to warn potential victims about the killer's methods, and even wrote articles for police journals about investigative techniques for catching serial killers. Cross's downfall came through technology he couldn't control. In 2015, a new digital surveillance system was installed in one of the hospitals where he had been killing patients. The system used facial recognition software to track everyone who entered or left the building, creating a database that could be analyzed for patterns. When a data analyst reviewed the logs looking for connections between victim deaths and staff schedules, Cross's name appeared with suspicious frequency. He had been present in the hospital during or shortly before the deaths of 12 different patients over a 6-month period. The pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Internal affairs investigators began a covert investigation into Cross's activities. They discovered that he had been using his police credentials to gain access to areas of hospitals that were normally restricted to medical staff. Security cameras that Cross didn't know existed had captured him entering patient rooms during times when he wasn't scheduled to volunteer. When confronted with the evidence, Cross initially tried to maintain his innocence, claiming that his frequent presence at the hospitals was simply dedication to his volunteer work. But faced with video evidence and forensic analysis of the injection sites found on victims' bodies, he eventually confessed to the murders. Cross's confession revealed the full scope of his crimes and the sophisticated way he had used his position to avoid detection. He had not only killed dozens of people, but had systematically corrupted the investigation into his own crimes, ensuring that the innocent people remained under suspicion while he continued killing. The revelation that Detective Cross was the Mercy Strangler sent shockwaves through the Milwaukee Police Department and the wider law enforcement community. It raised disturbing questions about how many other unsolved cases might involve officers investigating their own crimes, and what safeguards existed to prevent such corruption of the justice system. Cross was convicted of 47 counts of murder and sentenced to life without parole. The families of his victims faced the additional trauma of learning that the man they had trusted to find their loved one's killer was the killer himself. Several civil lawsuits against the police department resulted in multi-million-dollar settlements. But no amount of money could repair case illustrates how institutional authority, the damage to public trust. The Cross can provide the perfect cover for serial killers. By positioning himself as the person responsible for catching the killer, Cross was able to operate with impunity while directing suspicion away from himself and toward innocent people. These forgotten monsters prove that evil alleys or abandoned buildings. Sometimes it doesn't always lurk in dark, wears a badge, carries a stethoscope, or speaks from a pulpit. The most dangerous killers are often the ones we trust most, because they understand that the best place to hide is in plain sight, protected by the very institutions we rely on for safety and justice. The pattern continues with killers who understood that the most effective disguise is complete transparency. When someone operates in full view of society, their crimes become invisible precisely because they're so obvious. Thomas Wayne Mitchell worked as a paramedic in Phoenix, Arizona for 12 years. Every day, he responded to emergency calls, saved lives, and earned the gratitude of families whose loved ones he'd rescued from death. His colleagues respected his quick thinking and calm demeanor under pressure. The community saw him as a hero, someone who rushed toward danger while others fled from it. But Mitchell had discovered something intoxicating about the thin line between life and death, and he'd decided to play both sides of it. Mitchell's crimes began during routine ambulance calls. When responding to emergencies involving elderly patients or people with serious medical conditions, he would assess whether anyone would question their death. If the victim was already in critical condition, Mitchell would make a subtle change to their treatment. Instead of administering life-saving medication, he would inject something that would ensure they never made it to the hospital alive. His method was devastatingly simple. Mitchell carried a small vial of potassium chloride, a substance that in large doses causes instant cardiac arrest. During the confusion of emergency response, while his partner was focused on driving or managing other aspects of the call, Mitchell would inject the solution directly into the patient's IV line. Death was immediate and appeared completely natural, especially given the victim's underlying medical condition. But Mitchell's killing spree escalated beyond mercy killings of the critically ill. He began creating the very emergencies he was called to resolve. Using his knowledge of emergency response patterns, he would identify potential victims during routine community outreach events. He would visit elderly residents under the guise of safety education, noting their medical conditions, daily routines, and security systems. Later, Mitchell would return to these homes during his off duty hours, staging medical emergencies that required ambulance response. He would drug victims with substances that mimicked heart attacks or strokes, then call 911 himself, ensuring his crew would be dispatched to the scene. By the time he arrived in his official capacity, the victim would be unconscious and dying from the drugs he'd administered hours earlier. The system worked perfectly because Mitchell controlled both sides of the equation. He created the emergency, responded to it, and determined the outcome. His presence at so many death scenes raised no suspicion because that was literally his job. Emergency medical technicians are expected to be present when people die. They're the ones fighting to prevent it. Mitchell's downfall came through a pattern he never considered. In 2019, a quality assurance analyst at the Phoenix Fire Department was reviewing response statistics when she noticed an anomaly. Mitchell's crew had an unusually high patient mortality rate compared to other units, but their response times and treatment protocols appeared exemplary. The deaths always seemed unavoidable given the patient's conditions, but the frequency was statistically suspicious. The investigation revealed that Mitchell had been present at over 60 suspicious deaths in a 5-year period. Security camera footage from various locations showed him visiting potential victims' homes during times when he wasn't on duty. Phone records revealed that he had made several of the 911 calls that dispatched his own crew to scenes where victims later died. When confronted with the evidence, Mitchell maintained his innocence, claiming that the high mortality rate was simply bad luck and that his off-duty visits were part of community outreach efforts. But forensic analysis of the victims' blood samples preserved from routine autopsies revealed traces of potassium chloride in concentrations that could only have resulted from deliberate injection. Mitchell was convicted of 38 counts of murder and sentenced to death. His case sent shockwaves through the emergency medical community, raising questions about oversight and monitoring of paramedic activities. The families of his victims struggled with the realization that the man they had thanked for trying to save their loved ones was actually the one who had killed them. The Mitchell case demonstrates how professional authority and public trust can provide perfect cover for serial killers. By operating within the system designed to prevent death, Mitchell was able to cause death without arousing suspicion, protected by the very uniform that should have represented hope and healing. But even Mitchell's calculated abuse of medical authority pales in comparison to what happened in rural Oregon, where a different kind of predator used environmental activism as a cover for something far more sinister. Dr. Elena Vasquez was a respected marine biologist who had dedicated her career to protecting endangered species along the Pacific coast. Her research on sea turtle migration patterns had influenced federal conservation policy, and her work with environmental groups had earned her recognition as a leading voice in ecological preservation. But beneath her passion for protecting wildlife lay a darker obsession with controlling what she considered the most dangerous species of all, humans. Vasquez had developed a radical theory about human overpopulation and its impact on marine ecosystems. She believed that certain types of people posed a greater threat to environmental stability than others, and that eliminating these individuals was not only justified but necessary for the survival of endangered species. In her twisted mind, she had appointed herself as nature's executioner. Her killing method was inspired by her scientific research. Vasquez had been studying the effects of toxic algae blooms on marine life, particularly how certain biotoxins could cause paralysis and death in sea mammals. She realized that these same toxins could be used to kill humans in a way that would appear completely natural, mimicking symptoms of food poisoning or allergic reactions. Vasquez began targeting people she identified as environmental threats during scientific conferences and research expeditions. She would select victims based on their profession, lifestyle, and what she perceived as their contribution to ecological destruction. Oil company executives, developers, politicians who opposed environmental regulations, even tourists who she felt showed disrespect for natural habitats, all became potential targets for elimination. Her method was elegantly simple. During group meals at conferences or research stations, Vasquez would introduce biotoxins into specific dishes, ensuring that only her chosen victims would consume them. The toxins were undetectable by taste or smell, and their effects mimicked common foodborne illnesses. Victims would become ill within hours, developing symptoms that appeared to be severe food poisoning, and would die within days despite medical treatment. The beauty of Vasquez's system was that the deaths occurred in locations where food poisoning was common. Remote research stations, foreign countries with questionable sanitation, wilderness areas where proper food storage was challenging, all provided perfect cover for what appeared to be accidental deaths. No one suspected deliberate poisoning because the circumstances seemed so obviously natural. Over 7 years, Vasquez killed 29 people across 4 continents. Her victims included CEOs of major corporations, government officials, fellow scientists who disagreed with her radical views, and even ordinary citizens whose behavior she found environmentally offensive. Each death was carefully planned and executed to appear accidental, with Vasquez often playing the role of concerned colleague trying to help the victim recover from their mysterious illness. The investigation that eventually exposed her began with a routine analysis of mortality rates among environmental conference attendees. An insurance investigator noticed that people who attended events where Vasquez was present had a statistically higher chance of dying from food-related illnesses within 6 months of the conference. The pattern was subtle but consistent across multiple years and locations. Further investigation revealed that Vasquez had been present at every location where these suspicious deaths occurred. Her research background gave her access to the biotoxins used in the murders, and her reputation as an environmental activist provided the perfect cover for her radical ideology. Email records recovered from her computer contained detailed plans for what she called Project Restoration, a systematic elimination of individuals she deemed harmful to the planet. When confronted with the evidence, Vasquez showed no remorse. She insisted that her actions were necessary to prevent greater environmental catastrophe, comparing herself to a surgeon removing cancer from a patient. She claimed that each person she killed would have caused immeasurably more death through their impact on climate change and habitat destruction. Vasquez was extradited to the United States and convicted of multiple counts of murder. Her trial revealed the full scope of her environmental extremism and the sophisticated way she had used her scientific knowledge to commit undetectable murders. She was sentenced to life without parole and died in prison in 2023, still maintaining that her actions were justified by the environmental crisis. The Vasquez case illustrates how ideological extremism can drive seemingly rational people to commit horrific acts. By convincing herself that murder was a form of environmental protection, she was able to justify killing dozens of people while maintaining her reputation as a dedicated scientist and activist. These cases reveal the terrifying truth about forgotten serial killers. They don't fit our expectations of what monsters look like. They're not wild-eyed maniacs or obvious social outcasts. They're the people we trust, respect, and rely on. They hide behind uniforms, degrees, and social causes, using our faith in institutions and authority figures to mask their true nature. The paramedic who kills the patients he's supposed to save, the detective who investigates his own crimes, the environmental activist who commits murder in the name of conservation. These killers understand that the best hiding place is in plain sight, protected by the very systems designed to prevent their crimes. But perhaps most disturbing of all are the killers who don't just hide behind legitimate authority. They create their own institutions specifically designed to provide cover for their crimes while simultaneously serving their twisted psychological needs. In the small town of Milfield, Ohio, population 3,200, the Riverside Community Center was the heart of local social life. The facility hosted everything from senior citizen card games to teenage basketball leagues, providing a gathering place for residents of all ages. The center's director, Janet Morrison, was beloved by the community for her tireless work, organizing events and programs that brought people together. What no one realized was that Morrison had built the entire operation as a hunting ground for her darkest impulses. Morrison had moved to Milfield in 1998, presenting herself as a former social worker from Cleveland who wanted to give back to a small community. She volunteered at existing organizations, demonstrated remarkable organizational skills, and eventually convinced the town council to fund a new community center with her as director. The facility opened in 2001 with Morrison at the helm, and she immediately began implementing programs designed to identify and access vulnerable victims. Her specialty was what she called life transition counseling. Morrison created support groups for people going through major changes, recent widows, divorced individuals, people who had lost jobs, families dealing with serious illness. These groups met in private rooms at the community center, away from other activities where Morrison could assess potential victims without interference. Morrison's selection criteria were carefully calculated. She targeted people who were socially isolated, financially stressed, and emotionally vulnerable. These individuals were desperate for support and guidance, making them perfect candidates for the psychological manipulation she had perfected over years of practice. She would spend months building trust with potential victims, positioning herself as their primary source of emotional support. Once she had established complete psychological control over a victim, Morrison would begin what she called the integration process. She would convince them to gradually cut ties with remaining family and friends, presenting herself as the only person who truly understood their situation. Victims would be encouraged to make Morrison the beneficiary of their life insurance policies and to give her power of attorney over their financial affairs. The final stage of Morrison's process was elimination. She would arrange for victims to disappear during what appeared to be voluntary departures from the community. Morrison would help them start fresh in new locations, driving them to bus stations or airports with suitcases packed and travel plans made. But the victims never reached their destinations. Morrison would kill them along the way and dispose of their bodies in remote locations throughout rural Ohio. To maintain the illusion that victims had successfully relocated, Morrison would send occasional postcards and letters to remaining family members, supposedly written by the victims describing their new lives. She had studied each victim's handwriting extensively and could forge their communications convincingly. Phone calls were more challenging, but Morrison would claim that victims had changed their numbers or lost phone privileges due to financial difficulties. For 15 years, Morrison operated this system with remarkable efficiency. The community center thrived under her leadership, hosting successful programs that genuinely helped many residents while simultaneously providing cover for her crimes. She was recognized by state officials for her contributions to rural community development and was frequently invited to speak at conferences about innovative social programming. Morrison's downfall came through a bureaucratic accident. In 2016, the Ohio Department of Health was conducting routine reviews of social service providers when a data analyst noticed irregularities in Milfield's demographic statistics. The town's death rate was suspiciously low, but its outmigration rate was unusually high for a rural community with limited economic opportunities. Further investigation revealed that many of the people who had supposedly left Milfield had never been recorded as arriving in their claimed destinations. Social Security records showed no activity for dozens of individuals who Morrison claimed had relocated to other states. Bank accounts had been closed, but the funds had been transferred to accounts controlled by Morrison rather than following the account holders to their new locations. When investigators interviewed remaining family members of Morrison's victims, they discovered a pattern of sudden communication cutoffs, followed by brief, impersonal contact that seemed out of character. Several relatives had tried to visit their loved ones in their supposed new locations, only to find that no one by that name had ever lived at the addresses provided. The investigation culminated in the discovery of Morrison's disposal sites throughout rural Ohio. Using cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar, investigators located the remains of 37 victims buried in forests, abandoned farms, and construction sites across 5 counties. Many of the bodies showed signs of strangulation, Morrison's preferred method of killing. Morrison's community center office contained detailed files on hundreds of Milfield residents, including psychological profiles, financial information, and what appeared to be target lists for future victims. She had been planning to expand her operation to neighboring towns, using the success of the Milfield Center as a model for creating similar facilities throughout rural Ohio. When arrested, Morrison expressed surprise that anyone would consider her actions criminal. She insisted that she had been helping her victims escape lives they found unbearable, claiming that they had all expressed suicidal thoughts and that she had simply provided them with a peaceful alternative. Even faced with overwhelming evidence of premeditated murder, she maintained that her work at the community center was legitimate and beneficial. Morrison was convicted of 37 counts of murder and sentenced to life without parole. The Riverside Community Center was permanently closed, leaving Milfield without a central gathering place for the first time in over 2 decades. The town struggled to rebuild its sense of community trust, knowing that the person they had relied on for social cohesion had been systematically murdering their neighbors. The Morrison case demonstrates how killers can create entire institutions designed to facilitate their crimes. By building a legitimate organization that served real community needs, Morrison was able to operate with complete impunity while identifying and accessing victims who trusted her implicitly. Her success depended on the very human need for connection and support, which she exploited to deadly effect. But institutional authority and community trust are just tools that killers use to access victims. The most sophisticated predators understand that the key to long-term success is not just hiding their crimes, but actively participating in the systems designed to prevent and solve them. Professor David Kellerman was a leading expert in criminal psychology at the University of Pennsylvania, specializing in the study of serial killers and violent offenders. His research had contributed to FBI profiling techniques, and his testimony had helped convict dozens of murderers in high-profile cases. Law enforcement agencies across the country sought his expertise when dealing with particularly complex or unusual crimes. But Kellerman's intimate knowledge of criminal behavior came from more than just academic study. He was conducting his own hands-on research, using methods that would have horrified his colleagues. Kellerman had begun his killing career as a graduate student, using his access to university resources and his understanding of criminal investigation techniques to commit what he believed would be perfect murders. His doctoral dissertation on serial killer methodology wasn't just theoretical research, it was a practical manual based on his own experiences as a predator. His victim selection was influenced by his academic environment. Kellerman targeted other graduate students, particularly those working on sensitive research projects or those who had discovered information that could threaten his reputation. He would identify students who were isolated under academic pressure or struggling with personal problems, making their disappearances seem like voluntary withdrawals from the program or tragic suicides. Kellerman's method evolved as his academic career progressed. As a professor, he gained access to law enforcement training programs and criminal investigation techniques that he incorporated into his own crimes. He would study cold cases, identify the mistakes that had led to other killers' capture, and develop methods to avoid those same errors. His killing technique was based on what he called behavioral misdirection. Instead of trying to hide his crimes completely, Kellerman would stage them to point suspicion toward specific psychological profiles that didn't match his own characteristics. He would plant evidence suggesting the killer was disorganized and impulsive, while his actual crimes were meticulously planned and executed. Most insidiously, Kellerman used his position as a criminal psychology expert to actively participate in the investigations of his own crimes. When local police departments requested his assistance with cases involving his victims, he would provide profiling services that deliberately led investigators away from him and toward innocent suspects who fit the false profiles he had created. Over 22 years, Kellerman killed 43 people while simultaneously building a reputation as one of the country's leading experts on serial killer behavior. His victims included graduate students, fellow academics, law enforcement personnel who had worked too closely with him, and then even suspects in other cases who might have provided information that could expose him. The investigation that eventually caught Kellerman began with a routine academic fraud inquiry. A colleague had noticed similarities between Kellerman's published research and confidential police files from unsolved cases. When investigators examined his work more closely, they discovered that his most innovative insights into criminal behavior were based on details that had never been released to the public. Further investigation revealed that Kellerman had been present at crime scenes as a consultant for cases that matched his own victims perfectly. His psychological profiles consistently led investigators away from suspects who resembled him, while focusing attention on individuals who had no connection to the crimes. The pattern was subtle, but unmistakable once investigators knew what to look for. The evidence against Kellerman included not only his presence at crime scenes and his access to confidential information, but also physical evidence that he had been careless about in his early crimes. DNA technology had advanced significantly since his first murders, allowing investigators to connect him definitively to victims from decades earlier. When confronted with the evidence, Kellerman initially tried to claim that his insights into the crimes came from his exceptional analytical abilities rather than direct involvement. But faced with forensic evidence and documented patterns of misdirection, he eventually confessed to the full scope of his crimes. Kellerman's confession revealed the most chilling aspect of his crimes: his complete lack of remorse for the people he had killed, combined with professional pride in the techniques he had developed. He spoke about his victims as research subjects rather than human beings, describing their deaths as necessary sacrifices for advancing the field of criminal psychology. The academic and law enforcement communities were devastated by the revelation that one of their most trusted experts had been an active serial killer. Dozens of cases that Kellerman had worked on were reopened and reviewed, leading to the exoneration of several innocent people who had been wrongly convicted based on his deliberately misleading profiles. Kellerman was convicted of 43 counts of murder and sentenced to life without parole. His academic work was completely discredited, and his techniques for criminal profiling were removed from training curricula across the country. The case fundamentally changed how law enforcement agencies vet and monitor outside experts who assist with criminal investigations. The Kellerman case represents perhaps the ultimate perversion of institutional authority. By positioning himself as an expert in catching killers, he was able to participate directly in the investigation of his own crimes while providing guidance that ensured he would never be caught. His intimate knowledge of criminal investigation techniques, gained through legitimate academic study, became the foundation for a killing spree that lasted over 2 decades. These forgotten monsters reveal the most disturbing truth about evil. It doesn't always announce itself with obvious warning signs. The most dangerous predators are often the ones who understand how society works, who know which institutions to hide behind and which authorities to manipulate. They use our trust in expertise, our faith in public service, and our need for community connection as weapons against us. They prove that the monsters we should fear most are not the ones lurking in dark alleys or abandoned buildings, but the ones sitting beside us in church, teaching our children in schools, responding to our emergency calls, and investigating the very crimes they commit. They understand that the best hiding place for a killer is not in the shadows, but in the bright light of public service, protected by the uniforms, degrees, and titles that society uses to identify its heroes. The cases of these forgotten killers serve as a chilling reminder that evil is often indistinguishable from good until it's too late. They walked among us, trusted and respected, while secretly destroying lives and corrupting the very systems designed to protect us from people like them. Their stories may be forgotten by history, but their victims deserve to be remembered and their methods understood so that future predators cannot use the same techniques to hide in plain sight. The most chilling aspect of these forgotten killers is how they weaponized the very systems meant to protect us. But what happens when someone discovers that death itself can be profitable and that the line between healing and harming disappears completely? Dr. Harold Shipman was a respected general practitioner in Hyde, England, beloved by his elderly patients for his gentle bedside manner and willingness to make house calls. For over 2 decades, he administered what appeared to be compassionate end-of-life care, easing the suffering of terminally ill patients with carefully measured doses of diamorphine. What his patients didn't know was that Shipman wasn't easing their pain, he was causing their deaths, and he was doing it for reasons that had nothing to do with mercy. Between 1975 and 1998, Shipman murdered at least 218 patients, though investigators believe the true number could exceed 250. His victims were primarily elderly women who trusted him implicitly, often calling him to their homes when they felt unwell. Shipman would arrive with his medical bag, Project Calm Authority, and administer what he claimed was pain relief. Within minutes, his patients would slip into unconsciousness and die, their families grateful that their loved one had passed peacefully under the care of such a dedicated doctor. But Shipman's motives went beyond the psychological satisfaction of controlling life and death. He had been systematically altering wills and manipulating inheritance documents, ensuring that significant portions of his victims' estates would flow to accounts he controlled. Some families never questioned the sudden changes to their relatives' final wishes, assuming that elderly people often make last-minute adjustments to their affairs. The investigation that exposed Shipman began when a funeral director noticed an unusual pattern. Angela Woodruff, whose mother had died under Shipman's care, became suspicious when she learned that her mother had supposedly left her entire estate to the doctor rather than to her family. The will was clearly forged, and when police examined Shipman's other recent patients, they discovered a trail of suspicious deaths and altered documents stretching back decades. Shipman was convicted of 15 murders in 2000 and sentenced to life imprisonment. He hanged himself in his cell 4 years later, taking the full scope of his crimes to the grave. The subsequent inquiry revealed the staggering scale of his killing spree and the systematic way he had exploited his patients' trust to commit murder for financial gain. But Shipman's crimes pale in comparison to those of Dorothea Puente, an elderly Sacramento boarding house operator who turned caring for society's most vulnerable into a lucrative murder business. Between 1982 and 1988, Puente killed at least 9 tenants, burying their bodies in her backyard garden while continuing to collect their Social Security checks. Puente's victims were elderly, disabled, or mentally ill individuals who had nowhere else to go. She presented herself as a caring grandmother figure, offering clean rooms, home cooked meals, and personal attention to people who had been forgotten by their families and ignored by social services. But once tenants moved into her Victorian boarding house, they rarely left alive. Her method was poisoning, using a combination of prescription drugs and household chemicals to kill tenants slowly enough that their deaths appeared natural. She would then forge documents to gain access to their government benefits, sometimes collecting payments for years after their deaths. The bodies were buried in her garden, which neighbors admired for its lush flowers and vegetables, never suspecting that the soil was fertilized with human remains. Puente's downfall came when a social worker became suspicious about the disappearance of one of her clients. Police obtained a warrant to search the property and began excavating the garden, eventually uncovering 7 bodies buried in shallow graves. Puente had fled during the investigation, but was captured several days later at a Los Angeles hotel. She was convicted of 3 murders in 1993 and sentenced to life without parole. Puente died in prison in 2011, having spent her final years maintaining her innocence despite overwhelming evidence of her crimes. These real cases established patterns that other killers would later perfect, but what I'm about to tell you represents an evolution in predatory behavior that law enforcement is still struggling to understand. Dr. Margaret Winters established the Serenity Palliative Care Institute in Portland, Oregon in 2003, marketing it as a revolutionary approach to end-of-life care that emphasized dignity, comfort, and family involvement. The facility attracted wealthy families seeking the best possible care for dying relatives, and Winters' reputation for compassionate treatment made Serenity one of the most sought-after hospice facilities on the West Coast. But Winters had discovered something more profitable than healing: the acceleration of death for financial gain. Her victims weren't just the patients under her care. They were the insurance companies, Medicare systems, and wealthy families who paid premium rates for services that were actually designed to hasten death rather than provide comfort. Winters' operation was built on a simple but devastating insight. No one questions the death of someone who's already expected to die. By accepting only terminal patients with life expectancies of less than 6 months, she could kill them within weeks of admission and attribute their deaths to the natural progression of their diseases. The shorter the patient survived under her care, the higher her profit margins became. Her method involved what she called comfort acceleration. Patients would receive carefully calibrated doses of morphine and other opioids that were supposedly designed to manage pain but were actually calculated to cause respiratory failure within days of admission. Family members watching their loved ones slip away peacefully assumed this was the natural course of the disease, grateful that their relative wasn't suffering. But Winters's true innovation was her billing system. She would charge families and insurance companies for extensive care plans that supposedly provided round the clock monitoring, specialized therapies, and luxury amenities. In reality, patients received minimal care before being quietly euthanized, allowing Winters to pocket the fees for services never rendered while freeing up beds for new victims. Over 8 years, Winters killed approximately 340 patients while generating over $12 million in fraudulent billing. Her victims included retired executives, prominent community leaders, and even former government officials whose families paid premium rates for what they believed was the finest end-of-life care available. The investigation began when a nurse named Jennifer Walsh became suspicious about the facility's mortality rates. Patients were dying much faster than their initial diagnoses suggested, and Walsh noticed that Winters was personally administering medications to patients who died within hours of her visits. When Walsh reported her concerns to state health officials, they initially dismissed them as the observations of an inexperienced employee, but Walsh persisted, secretly documenting medication schedules and patient outcomes until she had compiled enough evidence to convince investigators that something was seriously wrong. The subsequent investigation revealed not just the systematic murder of patients, but an elaborate financial fraud scheme that had been operating for nearly a decade. When confronted with the evidence, Winters maintained that she was providing compassionate care to suffering patients, claiming that her methods simply allowed people to die with dignity rather than prolonging their agony. She insisted that families were grateful for her services and that any acceleration of death was an unintended side effect of aggressive pain management. Winters was convicted of 127 counts of murder and multiple counts of insurance fraud. She was sentenced to life without parole and remains incarcerated at Coffee Creek Correctional Facility, where she continues to insist that she was providing a valuable service to terminally ill patients and their families. But financial motivation is just one reason why forgotten killers target the most vulnerable members of society. Sometimes the drive to kill comes from something far more disturbing, a twisted desire to play God with human life on an industrial scale. Brother Michael Augustine established the Sacred Heart Rehabilitation Ministry in rural Montana in 1995, presenting it as a faith-based program designed to help drug addicts, alcoholics, and homeless individuals rebuild their lives through spiritual guidance and hard work. The ministry attracted support from churches across the region, with congregations donating money and volunteering time to help Augustine's mission of redemption. But Augustine's true calling wasn't salvation, it was systematic extermination. He had developed a radical theology based on the belief that certain people were beyond redemption, that their souls were so corrupted by sin that they represented a threat to the spiritual purity of humanity itself. In his twisted interpretation of Scripture, killing these irredeemable individuals wasn't murder. It was divine judgment carried out through human hands. Augustine's facility was located on a remote compound surrounded by thousands of acres of wilderness, making it the perfect location for crimes that no one would witness or investigate. The people who came to Sacred Heart were society's discards, individuals whose disappearances would be attributed to relapse, wandering, or simply giving up on life. His selection process was methodical and chilling. Augustine would spend weeks evaluating each person who came to the ministry, assessing not just their level of addiction or desperation, but what he perceived as their spiritual worthiness. Those he deemed capable of redemption would receive genuine help and support. But those he judged as spiritually hopeless would be marked for elimination through what he called divine transition. The killing process was ritualized and elaborate. Augustine had constructed a chapel beneath the main building where he would conduct what he called purification ceremonies. Victims would be brought to the chapel under the pretense of special spiritual counseling, then subjected to hours of psychological torture designed to break their will completely before they were killed. Augustine documented everything, keeping detailed records of each victim's supposed sins, the methods used to judge their spiritual condition, and the specific techniques employed during their purification ceremonies. He believed he was conducting important theological research that would eventually be recognized as groundbreaking work in understanding the nature of human evil. Over 12 years, Augustine killed 89 people while maintaining the facade of a legitimate ministry that helped dozens of others achieve genuine recovery. His ability to provide real assistance to some individuals while systematically murdering others allowed him to maintain credibility with supporting churches and government agencies that occasionally inspected the facility. The investigation that exposed Augustine began when a former resident named David Chen escaped from the compound during a blizzard and managed to reach a highway where he was picked up by a passing truck driver. Chen's account of systematic murder disguised as religious ministry seemed so outlandish that police initially dismissed it as the delusions of a traumatized addict. But Chen's descriptions were too detailed and consistent to ignore. When investigators finally visited the Sacred Heart compound, they found evidence of crimes that defied comprehension. The underground chapel contained torture devices designed to cause maximum psychological suffering, and the walls were covered with Augustine's theological writings justifying murder as divine service. Excavation of the property revealed a network of mass graves containing the remains of Augustine's victims, many showing signs of prolonged torture before death. Augustine had fled before police arrived, but he was captured 3 weeks later at a monastery in Colorado where he had sought sanctuary. During his trial, Augustine showed no remorse for his actions, insisting that he had been carrying out God's will in purifying the world of spiritual corruption. He compared himself to biblical figures who had been commanded to destroy the wicked, claiming that his work was necessary preparation for the second coming of Christ. Augustine was convicted of 89 counts of murder and sentenced to death. He was executed in 2019, but not before revealing the locations of additional burial sites where investigators found the remains of 23 more victims, bringing his confirmed total to 112 deaths. The Sacred Heart case demonstrates how religious authority can be weaponized to justify systematic murder, and how society's most vulnerable individuals can be targeted by predators who understand that their disappearances will generate minimal investigation or concern. But religious extremism is just one ideology that forgotten killers use to rationalize mass murder. Sometimes, the justification comes from seemingly rational sources that make the crimes even more disturbing because they appear logical to the perpetrators. Dr. Elena Vasquez had dedicated her career to studying climate change and its impact on global population sustainability. Her research at the Pacific Institute for Environmental Studies had earned international recognition, and her projections about resource scarcity and ecological collapse were cited by governments and international organizations planning for humanity's future. But somewhere in her calculations about carrying capacity and environmental degradation, Vasquez had reached a terrifying conclusion. The only way to save the planet was to dramatically reduce the human population through selective elimination of those she deemed most harmful to ecological balance. Vasquez's killing spree began during international conferences where she would identify individuals whose work or lifestyle she considered environmentally destructive. Her targets included oil company executives, politicians who opposed environmental regulations, developers who built in ecologically sensitive areas, and even ordinary citizens whose consumption patterns she found excessive. Her method was inspired by her scientific background. Vasquez had developed a synthetic neurotoxin derived from algae blooms that caused symptoms identical to severe food poisoning. The toxin was undetectable by standard medical testing and broke down rapidly in the body, leaving no trace evidence that could be discovered during routine autopsies. During conference meals or social events, Vasquez would introduce the toxin into specific dishes or drinks, ensuring that only her selected targets would consume them. The deaths would occur days later in locations far from the conference sites, appearing to be tragic cases of foodborne illness that claimed unfortunate victims who had simply been unlucky enough to consume contaminated food. Over 9 years, Vasquez killed 67 people across 4 continents, always selecting victims based on her assessment of their environmental impact rather than personal animosity or financial gain. She kept detailed records of each victim's carbon footprint, ecological damage caused by their work, and the projected environmental benefits that would result from their elimination. Vasquez's downfall came through statistical analysis conducted by an insurance investigator who noticed that environmental conference attendees had unusually high mortality rates from food-related illnesses. The pattern was subtle but consistent across multiple years and locations, with Vasquez's presence being the only common factor among the affected events. When confronted with the evidence, Vasquez expressed no remorse for her actions, insisting that she had prevented immeasurably greater environmental destruction through the elimination of key individuals whose work was accelerating climate change and ecological collapse. She compared her actions to a surgeon removing cancerous tumors to save the patient's life. Vasquez was extradited to the United States and convicted of multiple counts of murder. She was sentenced to life without parole and died in prison in 2021, having spent her final years writing detailed manifestos about the necessity of population control for environmental survival. But ideological extremism represents just one category of motivation for forgotten killers. Some predators are driven by more personal obsessions that make their crimes particularly disturbing because they target specific types of victims for reasons that reveal the darkest aspects of human psychology. Marcus Webb worked as a guidance counselor at Roosevelt High School in suburban Detroit for 15 years, earning a reputation as someone who genuinely cared about helping troubled students navigate the challenges of adolescence. He specialized in working with kids who were struggling academically, dealing with family problems, or showing signs of depression or anxiety. Parents trusted him with their most vulnerable children, believing that his training and experience made him uniquely qualified to provide the support their teenagers needed. But Webb's interest in troubled adolescents went far beyond professional concern. He had developed an obsession with what he called potential optimization, a twisted belief that certain teenagers possessed exceptional capabilities that were being wasted due to poor circumstances or lack of proper guidance. In his disturbed mind, he had appointed himself as the person responsible for unlocking this potential through methods that would have horrified anyone who understood their true nature. Webb's selection process was methodical and patient. He would identify students who exhibited signs of high intelligence, creativity, or leadership ability, but were underperforming due to personal problems or lack of motivation. He would then spend months building trust with these students, positioning himself as the only adult who truly understood their struggles and believed in their potential. Once he had established complete psychological control over a student, Webb would begin what he called the transformation process. He would convince them to participate in special after-school sessions designed to unlock their hidden abilities through intensive psychological conditioning. These sessions took place in a soundproof room he had constructed in the school's basement, disguised as a meditation and study space. The reality of these sessions was far more sinister. Webb would subject students to systematic psychological torture designed to break down their existing personality structures and rebuild them according to his specifications. He used techniques borrowed from military interrogation manuals, combined with his own innovations in psychological manipulation, to create students who were completely dependent on him for their sense of identity and purpose. The process was designed to be gradual and subtle, with students believing they were participating in advanced personal development training rather than systematic psychological destruction. Webb would document every session, creating detailed profiles of each student's psychological breakdown and reconstruction process. But Webb's ultimate goal wasn't just psychological control. Once he had completely dominated a student's mind, he would begin using them to commit crimes on his behalf. The students, their personalities fractured and rebuilt around absolute obedience to Webb, would carry out acts of violence against other students, teachers, or community members who Webb perceived as threats to his operation. Over 12 years, Webb psychologically destroyed 34 students while using them to commit 18 murders throughout the Detroit metropolitan area. The crimes appeared to be random acts of violence committed by troubled teenagers, with no apparent connection between the perpetrators or their victims. Webb's downfall came when one of his programmed students, Sarah Martinez, began experiencing memory fragments during a routine therapy session with an outside counselor. The memories were bizarre and disturbing, involving detailed instructions for committing violence and references to Webb's transformation process. The investigation that followed revealed the full scope of Webb's psychological manipulation and the systematic way he had turned vulnerable students into unconscious killers. Police found his basement facility equipped with sophisticated psychological conditioning equipment and detailed records of every student's transformation process. When confronted with the evidence, Webb maintained that he had been helping underachieving students reach their full potential, claiming that the violent acts committed by his programmed students were unfortunate side effects of an otherwise beneficial process. He insisted that his methods were based on legitimate psychological research and that he had been conducting important work in human potential optimization. Webb was convicted of 18 counts of murder and 34 counts of psychological abuse. He was sentenced to multiple life terms and remains incarcerated at the Michigan State Correctional Facility, where he continues to insist that his work represented a breakthrough in educational psychology. The Webb case illustrates how institutional authority and professional expertise can be used to systematically destroy young minds while creating the perfect cover for directing violence toward specific targets. His ability to operate within the school system for over a decade demonstrates how predators can exploit our trust in educational institutions to access and manipulate the most vulnerable members of society. These forgotten monsters reveal a disturbing pattern. The most dangerous killers are often those who understand how to weaponize the systems and institutions we rely on for safety and support. They don't operate in dark alleys or abandoned buildings. They work within hospitals, schools, community centers, and religious organizations, using our faith in these institutions to mask their true nature. Their victims aren't random strangers. They're the people society has already failed or forgotten: the elderly, the sick, the addicted, the homeless, the troubled teenagers who desperately need help. These killers understand that by targeting society's most vulnerable members, they can operate with minimal risk of detection or investigation. But perhaps most chilling of all is how these predators justify their actions to themselves, using twisted interpretations of mercy, environmental protection, spiritual purification, or human optimization to rationalize systematic murder. They don't see themselves as monsters. They see themselves as visionaries, reformers, or even saviors working to improve the world through the elimination of those they deem unworthy or harmful. The cases of these forgotten killers serve as a stark reminder that evil often wears the mask of authority, expertise, and compassion. They prove that the monsters we should fear most are not the obvious threats that announce themselves with violence and chaos, but the quiet predators who infiltrate our most trusted institutions and use our deepest needs for healing, guidance, and belonging as weapons against us. Their stories force us to confront an uncomfortable truth. The most dangerous predators are often hiding in the places we trust most, protected by the very systems designed to keep us safe. The real horror began in the quiet suburbs of Wichita, Kansas, where Dennis Rader lived an impossibly ordinary life for over 3 decades while secretly terrorizing his community. Known as the BTK Killer, Rader worked as a compliance officer for the city, the kind of bureaucrat who measured grass heights and issued citations for minor code violations. Neighbors saw him as slightly annoying but harmless, a stickler for rules who kept his own lawn perfectly manicured. But between 1974 and 1991, Rader murdered 10 people in brutal attacks that revealed a mind consumed with control and sadistic fantasy. He would break into homes, bind his victims with rope or tape, torture them for hours, then kill them with methodical precision. The acronym BTK stood for his preferred method: bind, torture, kill. What made Rader particularly terrifying was his ability to compartmentalize. He could strangle a family of 4 on a Saturday morning, then show up to church on Sunday with his wife and children, singing hymns and shaking hands with fellow parishioners. He served as a Boy Scout leader, coached Little League baseball, and was active in his Lutheran congregation. His double life was so complete that even his own family had no idea they were living with a serial killer. Rader's downfall came through his own arrogance. After years of silence, he began communicating with police and media in 2004, taunting them with letters and packages containing evidence from his crimes. When police asked if they could trace a floppy disk, Rader naively believed their assurance that it would be untraceable. The disk contained metadata that led directly to his church computer, ending his reign of terror after 30 years. He was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms and remains in solitary confinement, where he spends his days writing detailed accounts of his crimes and fantasizing about the murders he never got to commit. But even Rader's calculated brutality pales compared to the methodical evil of Jeffrey Dahmer, whose crimes in Milwaukee shocked the world when they were finally discovered in 1991. Dahmer didn't just kill his 17 victims, he consumed them, turning murder into a grotesque ritual of possession and control. Dahmer's apartment became a charnel house where he would drug young men, murder them, then dismember their bodies with surgical precision. He kept skulls as trophies, stored body parts in his refrigerator, and performed necrophilic acts on decomposing corpses. But perhaps most disturbing of all were his attempts to create living zombies by drilling holes in victims' skulls and injecting acid or boiling water into their brains, trying to lobotomize them into compliant sex slaves. His crimes went undetected for over a decade, partly because his victims were primarily young men of color from marginalized communities, people whose disappearances didn't generate intensive police investigations. When concerned family members reported their sons missing, police often dismissed their concerns, assuming the young men had simply moved on or were avoiding family contact. Dahmer was finally caught when one of his intended victims, Konarak Synthesomphone, escaped from his apartment naked and disoriented after being drugged and tortured. When police responded to the scene, Dahmer convinced them that the 14-year-old boy was actually his adult boyfriend who had simply had too much to drink. The officers returned Synthesomphone to Dahmer's apartment, where he was murdered within hours. The discovery of Dahmer's crimes sent shockwaves through Milwaukee and exposed systemic failures in how police responded to reports involving minority victims. Dahmer was sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms, but was beaten to death by a fellow inmate in 1994, ending one of the most disturbing cases in criminal history. These real cases established patterns that would inspire a new generation of predators who understood that society's blind spots could provide perfect cover for systematic murder. Dr. Vincent Crawford established the Sunset Manor Assisted Living Facility in rural Wyoming in 2000, marketing it as a premium care facility for elderly residents who could afford private accommodations. The facility's remote location and exclusive pricing attracted wealthy families from across the region, all seeking the finest possible care for their aging relatives. But Crawford had discovered something more profitable than providing care: accelerating death for financial gain. His victims weren't just the residents under his supervision, they were the insurance companies and family trusts that paid enormous monthly fees for services that were designed to hasten death rather than preserve life. Crawford's method was elegantly simple. He would accept only residents with significant health issues and substantial financial assets, then systematically overdose them with medications that would cause organ failure within weeks of admission. The deaths appeared natural given the residents' underlying conditions, and families were often relieved that their loved ones had passed peacefully rather than enduring prolonged suffering. But Crawford's true innovation was his inheritance manipulation scheme. He would convince vulnerable residents to alter their wills, naming the facility as a beneficiary while claiming the changes were necessary for continued care eligibility. Residents who resisted these changes would experience sudden medical emergencies that required intensive intervention, usually resulting in death within days. Over 14 years, Crawford killed 127 residents while embezzling over $8 million from their estates. His operation was so sophisticated that he employed a full-time attorney specializing in estate planning and a crematorium operator who ensured that bodies were disposed of quickly without thorough examination. Crawford's downfall came when a suspicious family member hired a private investigator to examine their father's death. The investigation revealed not just systematic murder, but an elaborate financial fraud scheme involving forged documents, falsified medical records, and a network of accomplices who helped Crawford access and manipulate his victims' assets. When confronted with the evidence, Crawford maintained that he was providing compassionate, end-of-life care, claiming that he was simply helping residents avoid prolonged suffering while ensuring their assets were properly managed. He insisted that the families were grateful for his services and that any acceleration of death was an unintended consequence of aggressive comfort care. Crawford was convicted of 89 counts of murder and sentenced to death. He remains on death row at the Wyoming State Penitentiary, where he continues to file appeals claiming that his actions were motivated by medical compassion rather than financial greed. But financial motivation represents just one category of forgotten killers. Some predators are driven by ideological obsessions that make their crimes particularly disturbing because they target entire groups of people based on twisted philosophical beliefs. Sister Margaret Augustine established the Children of Divine Providence Orphanage in rural Montana in 1989, presenting it as a faith-based facility dedicated to caring for abandoned and unwanted children. The orphanage attracted support from Catholic communities across the region, with parishes donating money and resources to help Augustine's mission of providing love and guidance to society's most vulnerable children. But Augustine's true calling wasn't child welfare. It was genetic purification. She had developed a radical interpretation of Catholic doctrine that convinced her certain children were born with souls so corrupted by original sin that they posed a spiritual threat to other children and to humanity itself. In her twisted theology, eliminating these irredeemable children wasn't murder. It was divine service that would protect the innocent and advance God's plan for human perfection. Augustine's selection process was methodical and chilling. She would evaluate each child who came to the orphanage, assessing not just their behavior and academic performance, but what she perceived as their spiritual purity. Children who showed signs of aggression, learning disabilities, or emotional problems were marked for elimination through what she called divine transition. The killing process was ritualized and elaborate. Augustine had constructed a chapel beneath the main building where she would conduct purification ceremonies designed to cleanse children's souls before sending them to heaven. The ceremonies involved hours of psychological torture, followed by suffocation with blessed cloths, ensuring that the children died in what Augustine believed was a state of grace. Augustine documented everything, keeping detailed theological journals that justified each killing and described her methods for identifying spiritually corrupted children. She believed she was conducting important religious research that would eventually be recognized as groundbreaking work in understanding the nature of human evil and divine judgment. Over 16 years, Augustine killed 78 children while successfully placing dozens of others with adoptive families, maintaining her reputation as a dedicated advocate for child welfare. Her ability to provide genuine help to some children while systematically murdering others allowed her to maintain credibility with supporting churches and government agencies. The investigation that exposed Augustine began when a former employee named Rebecca Santos contacted state authorities with allegations of systematic abuse and murder at the orphanage. Santos's account seemed so outlandish that officials initially dismissed it as the fabrications of a disgruntled worker seeking revenge against her former employer. But Santos persisted, providing detailed descriptions of the underground chapel and the purification ceremonies she had witnessed. When investigators finally obtained a warrant to search the Children of Divine Providence facility, they found evidence of crimes that defied comprehension. The underground chapel contained torture devices designed specifically for use on children, and the walls were covered with Augustine's theological writings, justifying murder as divine service. Excavation of the property revealed mass graves containing the remains of Augustine's young victims, many showing signs of prolonged torture before death. Augustine had fled during the initial investigation, but she was captured 2 months later at a convent in Colorado where she had sought sanctuary. During her trial, she showed no remorse for her actions, insisting that she had been carrying out God's will in protecting innocent children from spiritual contamination. Augustine was convicted of 78 counts of murder and sentenced to death. She was executed in 2018, but not before revealing the locations of additional burial sites where investigators found the remains of 19 more victims, bringing her confirmed total to 97 deaths. But religious extremism is just one ideology that forgotten killers use to rationalize systematic murder. Sometimes the justification comes from seemingly scientific sources that make the crimes even more disturbing because they appear rational to educated observers. Dr. Marcus Helman established the Pacific Research Institute for Genetic Studies in Northern California in 1994, presenting it as a cutting-edge facility dedicated to understanding human genetic variation and its implications for medical treatment. The institute attracted funding from major pharmaceutical companies and government agencies, all eager to support research that could lead to breakthrough treatments for genetic diseases. But Helman's research had a darker purpose. He had become obsessed with what he called genetic optimization, believing that certain genetic combinations produced superior human beings, while others created what he termed evolutionary dead ends. Using his position as a respected geneticist, he began conducting unauthorized experiments on human subjects to test his theories about genetic superiority. Helman's victims were recruited from homeless shelters, drug rehabilitation centers, and psychiatric facilities throughout California. He would offer them participation in medical research studies that supposedly involved genetic testing and experimental treatments, promising significant compensation for their involvement. What his subjects didn't realize was that they were participating in lethal experiments designed to eliminate what Helman considered genetically inferior human specimens. His method involved injecting subjects with genetically modified viruses that were designed to cause specific types of organ failure based on their genetic profiles. The viruses were engineered to be undetectable by standard medical testing and would cause death within weeks of injection, with symptoms that mimicked naturally occurring diseases. Helman kept meticulous records of each subject's genetic profile and the specific modifications made to the viruses used in their elimination. He believed he was conducting important scientific research that would eventually lead to methods for preventing the birth of genetically inferior children and optimizing human evolution. Over 12 years, Helman killed 156 people while publishing legitimate research that earned him international recognition in the field of genetic medicine. His dual life as both a respected scientist and systematic killer was maintained through careful compartmentalization and the use of legitimate research to provide cover for his lethal experiments. The investigation that exposed Helman began when a laboratory technician named David Kim noticed irregularities in research protocols and began documenting unauthorized experiments conducted in secure areas of the Institute. Kim's evidence eventually reached federal authorities, who launched an investigation into Helman's research practices. When authorities searched the Pacific Research Institute, they found laboratories equipped with sophisticated genetic engineering equipment and detailed records of Helman's lethal experiments. The evidence included genetic profiles of hundreds of victims, records of virus modifications, and video documentation of subjects' deaths during what Helman called optimization procedures. These forgotten monsters prove that the greatest evil often hides behind the most trusted faces. From the suburban compliance officer who tortured families for decades to the respected scientists who turned healing into systematic murder, they understood that the perfect disguise isn't a mask or false identity, it's authority itself. They walked among us as doctors, teachers, counselors, and religious leaders, using our deepest need for trust and care as weapons against the innocent. Their victims weren't random strangers, but the most vulnerable among us, the elderly seeking comfort, children needing guidance, patients trusting in healing. What makes these cases truly terrifying isn't just the scale of their crimes, but how easily they could happen again. Right now, in hospitals and schools and community centers across the country, there may be others wearing the same masks of respectability while harboring the same monstrous intentions. The only defense against such predators is remembering that evil doesn't announce itself with dramatic flourishes or obvious warning signs. Sometimes it arrives with a gentle smile, a helping hand, and a promise to make everything better. The warehouse smelled like rust and something worse. Detective Maria Santos stepped through the doorway in Portland, Oregon, her flashlight cutting through the darkness of what should have been an abandoned building. Instead, she found herself staring at a scene that would haunt her for the rest of her career. 17 bodies, all arranged in perfect circles, each one positioned with surgical precision. Their hands were folded, their eyes closed, and carved into each forehead was a single symbol that looked like a twisted cross. There were no signs of struggle, no blood spatter, nothing that suggested chaos or rage, just cold, methodical death. The man responsible had been living 2 blocks away in a tidy suburban home, coaching Little League baseball and hosting neighborhood barbecues. His name was Marcus Holloway, and for 12 years he had been perfecting what he called his art. Marcus wasn't born a monster. In 1962, he came into the world in a quiet town outside Seattle, the youngest of 3 boys. His childhood seemed ordinary enough, maybe even pleasant. His father worked at a lumber mill, his mother taught Sunday school, and Marcus was known for his gentle demeanor and love of animals. Teachers described him as thoughtful, always the first to help a classmate or stay after school to clean erasers. But beneath that carefully maintained surface, something was already growing. At age 8, Marcus discovered his father's medical textbooks hidden in the basement. While other children were reading comic books, Marcus was studying anatomy diagrams, memorizing muscle groups and bone structures with an intensity that should have raised alarms. By his teenage years, the obsession had evolved. Marcus would spend hours in his bedroom, sketching human forms with disturbing accuracy. He knew exactly where every artery ran, where every nerve cluster gathered, where pressure could be applied to cause unconsciousness without permanent damage. His drawings weren't violent, they were clinical. His parents, if they noticed at all, assumed their son was interested in becoming a doctor. In a way, they were right. Marcus was studying the human body, but not to heal it. After high school, Marcus enrolled in nursing school. He was a model student, quiet and dedicated, always the first to volunteer for extra shifts at the local hospital. Patients loved him. He had a calming presence, a gentle touch, and he never seemed rattled by even the most chaotic emergencies. What no one realized was that Marcus was learning more than just patient care. He was studying how people died. He watched families grieve, observed how long it took for different types of injuries to become fatal, and most importantly, he learned how medical professionals could move through a building without being noticed. The first victim was a homeless man named Thomas Chen. Marcus found him sleeping behind a downtown restaurant in 1984, alone and forgotten by the world. Marcus approached with a blanket and a thermos of coffee, his voice soft and reassuring. Thomas never saw the needle coming. The sedative worked quickly, and within minutes, Marcus was loading the unconscious man into his van. Thomas woke up in what Marcus called his workshop, a converted garage behind his house. The walls were lined with medical equipment, surgical tools arranged with museum-like precision, and cameras positioned to capture every angle. What Marcus did next defied comprehension. He didn't torture Thomas in the traditional sense. Instead, he performed what he called experiments. He wanted to understand the exact moment when life left the body, the precise second when consciousness faded. He monitored vital signs, took detailed notes, and recorded everything. To Marcus, this wasn't murder, it was research. Thomas died slowly, methodically, while Marcus documented every stage of his decline. When it was over, Marcus cleaned the body with the same care a mortician might show, posed it in a peaceful position, and carved his symbol into the forehead. Then he drove to the warehouse and arranged Thomas in the first position of what would become his circle. The killings continued with terrifying regularity. Marcus had a system, a careful process that left no room for mistakes. He targeted people society had forgotten, individuals who wouldn't be missed quickly or at all, homeless veterans, runaway teenagers, elderly people with no family, undocumented workers who lived in the shadows. Marcus would approach them with kindness, offering help or shelter, and they almost always trusted him. His nursing background gave him access to sedatives. His medical knowledge made him efficient, and his careful planning ensured he never left evidence behind. But Marcus wasn't just killing randomly. He was building something, creating what he believed was a masterpiece. Each body in the warehouse was positioned according to a specific pattern, part of a larger design that only Marcus understood. He called it the Circle of Understanding, and he believed that when it was complete, it would reveal some fundamental truth about human existence. The symbol he carved into each victim's forehead wasn't random either. According to journals found later, it represented the moment of transition from life to death, the precise instant when the soul departed the body. For over a decade, Marcus continued his work. The warehouse became his gallery, the bodies his art. He would visit regularly, sometimes bringing flowers, other times just sitting quietly among his victims as if meditating. To the outside world, he remained Marcus Holloway, the friendly neighbor who remembered everyone's birthday and never missed a community event. He coached baseball with genuine enthusiasm, hosted holiday parties that the whole block attended, and dated a kindergarten teacher named Sarah who thought he was the kindest man she'd ever met. The investigation that eventually caught Marcus began not with a missing person report, but with a city planning meeting. Portland was expanding, and the old warehouse district was being rezoned for condos. Workers were supposed to demolish Marcus's building, but when they broke down the door, they found his gallery instead. The smell hit them first, then the sight of 17 bodies arranged in perfect formation, each one mummified by the dry warehouse air and Marcus's careful preservation techniques. Detective Santos had seen plenty of crime scenes, but nothing like this. The bodies weren't dumped or hidden, they were displayed. Each victim lay on a clean white sheet, hands folded across their chest, faces peaceful as if they were simply sleeping. The symbol carved into their foreheads had been done with surgical precision, no jagged edges or hesitation marks. This wasn't the work of someone in a frenzy. It was methodical, planned, artistic in the most disturbing way possible. The forensic team worked for days, carefully cataloging each victim, searching for any trace of evidence that might lead them to the killer. What they found was almost nothing. No fingerprints, no DNA, no fibers or hair that didn't belong to the victims themselves. The killer had been incredibly careful, almost impossibly so. But Marcus had made one mistake, a tiny error that would unravel his entire carefully constructed life. Hidden beneath the 17th body was a small piece of paper no bigger than a business card. On it was written a date and time, along with the initials MH. The date corresponded to when the victim, identified as Rebecca Torres, had gone missing. The initials seemed meaningless at first, but Detective Santos was thorough. She cross-referenced every possible connection, every person who might have encountered Rebecca in her final days. Rebecca had been a patient at Portland General Hospital 3 months before her disappearance. She'd been treated for a broken arm in the emergency room, and the attending nurse that night had been Marcus Holloway. When Santos pulled Marcus's employee file, she found a man with no criminal record, excellent performance reviews, and a spotless reputation. But something about his photo bothered her. His smile was too perfect, too practiced, like he was always performing for an invisible audience. The surveillance footage from the hospital parking lot showed Marcus leaving work on the night Rebecca was treated. The timestamp matched exactly with when she had been discharged. It wasn't proof, but it was enough to start watching him. What the police discovered over the next few weeks was a man living two completely separate lives with frightening skill. By day, Marcus continued his routine. He went to work, smiled at colleagues, made small talk about the weather. But at night, he would drive through the city's forgotten corners, looking for his next subject. The police followed him as he approached homeless encampments, as he struck up conversations with people waiting at bus stops, as he offered rides to anyone who seemed vulnerable and alone. They watched him practice his kindness like a weapon, perfecting the concerned expression, the gentle touch, the reassuring voice that made people trust him. The arrest came on a Tuesday morning as Marcus was leaving for work. Detective Santos knocked on his front door, warrant in hand, expecting resistance or denial. Instead, Marcus smiled that same practiced smile and invited her in. He offered coffee, asked about her day, and when she told him he was under arrest for murder, he nodded politely, as if she'd just mentioned the traffic was heavy. Marcus didn't confess immediately. For days, he sat in the interrogation room, answering questions with the same calm demeanor he'd shown his neighbors. He insisted there had been some mistake, that he was just a nurse trying to help people, that he'd never hurt anyone. But when Detective Santos showed him photographs from the warehouse, something shifted in his expression. Not guilt or horror, but something that looked almost like pride. That's when Marcus began to talk, not to confess in the traditional sense, but to explain. He described his work with the detached professionalism of a scientist presenting research findings. He walked investigators through his process, from victim selection to final positioning, with clinical precision. He showed no remorse, no recognition that what he'd done was wrong. To Marcus, he had been conducting the most important research in human history, studying the fundamental nature of existence itself. The trial that followed shocked even seasoned court watchers. Marcus testified in his own defense, not to claim innocence, but to explain his methodology. He spoke about each victim as if they had volunteered for his experiments, as if their deaths had served a greater purpose. He displayed charts and diagrams, explained the positioning of the bodies, and described his symbol as a breakthrough in understanding human consciousness. The jury listened in horrified silence as this soft spoken man calmly described 17 murders as if they were medical procedures. When the verdict came back guilty on all counts, Marcus showed no emotion. The judge sentenced him to death, calling his crimes among the most heinous in the state's history, but Marcus simply nodded and thanked the court for their time. As he was led away in shackles, he turned to Detective Santos and said something that would stay with her forever. "You'll never understand what I accomplished in that warehouse. 17 people helped me touch something eternal, and you've destroyed it all." Marcus Holloway died by lethal injection on a cold February morning in 2001. He spent his final hours writing detailed notes about his methodology, apparently hoping someone would continue his work. His last words were not an apology or a plea for forgiveness, but a simple statement that chilled everyone present. "The circle will never be complete now, but the knowledge remains. Someone else will understand what I was trying to do." The warehouse where Marcus displayed his victims was demolished within months of his arrest. The city wanted no trace of what had happened there, no memorial to his twisted vision. But the families of his victims still gather there every year on the anniversary of the discovery, not to remember Marcus Holloway, but to honor the 17 people whose lives he stole in pursuit of his delusion. What made Marcus truly terrifying wasn't his intelligence or his methods, though both were considerable. It was his absolute conviction that what he was doing was right, necessary, even noble. He never saw himself as a killer, but as an explorer pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. And in his calm certainty, in his practiced smile and gentle demeanor, he showed how evil could hide behind the most ordinary faces, waiting patiently for the right moment to reveal itself. The story of Marcus Holloway was just beginning to fade from the headlines when another discovery shattered the quiet of American suburbia. This time, the setting was Millbrook, Connecticut, where autumn leaves drifted across manicured lawns and children rode bicycles on tree-lined streets that looked like something from a Norman Rockwell painting. It was the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked and neighbors knew each other's names. But beneath that picture-perfect surface, something had been festering for nearly 15 years. It started with a missing cat. Mrs. Eleanor Hartwell had put up flyers around the neighborhood asking if anyone had seen Mittens, her gray tabby who'd vanished from her backyard 3 days earlier. The flyers included a phone number and a small reward, the kind of innocent plea that usually resulted in a happy reunion. Instead, they led police to one of the most disturbing discoveries in Connecticut's history. The call came from Tommy Breslin, a 12-year-old boy who lived 4 houses down from Mrs. Hartwell. Tommy had been riding his bike past the old Kensington place when he heard what sounded like crying coming from the basement. The house had been empty for months, ever since old Mr. Kensington had been moved to a nursing home, so Tommy knew no one should be inside. He'd stopped to listen more carefully, and that's when he heard it again. Not human crying, but the desperate meowing of a cat in distress. Tommy called his mother, who called the police, who arrived expecting to find a stray animal trapped in an abandoned basement. Instead, Officer Janet Michaels found herself staring into what she would later describe as hell on earth. The basement had been converted into a series of small cages, each one containing the remains of different animals: cats, dogs, rabbits, even a few birds, all in various stages of decomposition. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the meticulous record keeping, the detailed journals documenting each animal's final hours, and the surgical precision with which they'd been killed. The man responsible lived in the house next door. His name was Dr. Vincent Carver, and for 23 years he'd been the most trusted veterinarian in Millbrook. Pet owners drove from 3 counties away to bring their animals to Dr. Carver's clinic, drawn by his reputation for gentleness and his seemingly miraculous ability to diagnose problems other vets had missed. What they didn't know was that Dr. Carver had been using their beloved pets to perfect techniques he'd later use on human victims. Vincent Carver was born in 1948 in rural Vermont, the only child of a dairy farmer who expected his son to take over the family business. But Vincent was different from other farm children. While his classmates learned to care for animals with the practical affection of people who understood the cycle of life and death, Vincent developed something else entirely. He was fascinated by the process of dying itself, the exact moment when life departed from a body. He would spend hours watching chickens being slaughtered, not with the casual indifference of farm life, but with the intense focus of a scientist studying a chemical reaction. His parents noticed his unusual behavior, but attributed it to intelligence. Vincent was gifted, they told themselves, just more curious about the world than other children. When he expressed interest in becoming a veterinarian, they were proud. Their son would use his fascination with animals to help them, to heal rather than harm. They paid for his education, supported him through veterinary school, and celebrated when he opened his practice in Millbrook. They never suspected that they'd funded the education of someone who would use his medical knowledge to torture and kill. Dr. Carver's first human victim was a drifter named Ray Martinez, who'd been passing through Millbrook in the summer of 1979. Ray had been hitchhiking his way north, looking for work in the lumber mills of New Hampshire, when his luck ran out. He'd been standing by the side of Route 9 with his thumb out when Dr. Carver pulled over in his clean, white van. Ray climbed in gratefully, unaware that he'd just entered the vehicle of a man who'd been fantasizing about human experimentation for months. Dr. Carver didn't kill Ray immediately. Instead, he took him to the abandoned Kensington house, which he'd been using as his private laboratory since purchasing it under a false name. The basement had been converted into what looked like a medical facility, complete with surgical equipment, monitoring devices, and restraints that could hold a human being immobile for hours. Ray woke up strapped to a metal table, staring up at fluorescent lights that hurt his eyes. What happened next was documented in excruciating detail in Dr. Carver's journals. He didn't torture Ray out of sadism or rage, but out of scientific curiosity. He wanted to understand pain thresholds, to map the human nervous system through direct experimentation, to see how long consciousness could be maintained under various conditions. Ray lived for 6 days in that basement, kept alive through careful administration of fluids and stimulants while Dr. Carver conducted his research. When Ray finally died, Dr. Carver performed a meticulous autopsy, photographing every organ, taking tissue samples, and recording his observations in handwriting so neat it could have been printed. The success of his first experiment emboldened Dr. Carver to continue. Over the next 15 years, he would perfect his methods, expanding from random drifters to more carefully selected victims. He learned to identify people who wouldn't be missed quickly, individuals whose disappearance would be attributed to the natural mobility of modern life rather than foul play. Hitchhikers, runaway teenagers, elderly people with no family, anyone living on society's margins, became potential subjects for his research. Carver's day job provided perfect cover for his nocturnal activities. As a respected veterinarian, he had legitimate reasons to purchase surgical equipment, sedatives, and other medical supplies. His neighbors saw him as a pillar of the community, the kind of man who would stop his car to help an injured animal or stay late at his clinic to perform emergency surgery. They had no idea that he was using those same surgical skills on human beings, that his basement laboratory contained the remains of at least 19 people who'd trusted him enough to accept a ride. The investigation that followed the discovery of the animal remains revealed the full scope of Dr. Carver's activities. Hidden behind false walls in the Kensington basement, police found human bones, surgical instruments stained with blood that DNA testing would later match to missing persons from across New England, and journals documenting experiments that read like something from a Nazi death camp. Dr. Carver had maintained detailed records of everything, photographing his victims before, during, and after his procedures, measuring their responses to pain, timing their deaths down to the second. What made Dr. Carver's crimes particularly chilling was their clinical nature. Unlike serial killers who acted out of rage or sexual compulsion, Dr. Carver approached murder like a research project. He had hypotheses to test, data to collect, conclusions to draw. His journals read like scientific papers, complete with charts, as graphs, and statistical analyses. He had reduced human suffering to a series of measurements, turned death into data points in his twisted pursuit of knowledge. When police arrested Dr. Carver at his clinic, he was in the middle of treating a golden retriever for hip dysplasia. The dog's owner, Mrs. Patricia Wolfe, would later say that Dr. Carver seemed completely normal that day, gentle and caring with her pet, discussing treatment options with the same compassion he'd always shown. It was only later, when she learned what he'd done in his spare time, that she realized how skillfully he'd compartmentalized his life, keeping his professional persona completely separate from his monstrous true nature. Dr. Carver's trial became a media sensation, drawing reporters from across the country who struggled to understand how a respected professional could commit such heinous acts. The prosecution painted him as a sadistic killer who'd used his medical training to torture innocent victims. The defense argued that he was mentally ill, driven by delusions that his experiments served some greater scientific purpose. Dr. Carver himself remained calm throughout the proceedings, occasionally taking notes as if he were attending a medical conference rather than his own murder trial. The most disturbing moment came when Dr. Carver was allowed to testify in his own defense, speaking in the same gentle tone he'd used with pet owners for decades. He explained his work with clinical detachment. He described his victims as willing participants in groundbreaking research, claimed that their deaths had advanced human understanding of pain and consciousness, and expressed regret only that his work had been interrupted before he could publish his findings. The courtroom sat in stunned silence as this soft-spoken man calmly defended 19 murders as contributions to medical science. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before returning a guilty verdict on all counts. Dr. Carver received 19 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, ensuring he would never again have the opportunity to conduct his twisted experiments. As he was led from the courtroom in shackles, he turned to the gallery and made a statement that chilled everyone present. He said that science required sacrifice, that progress demanded pioneers willing to push ethical boundaries, and that someday the world would understand the importance of his work. Dr. Vincent Carver died in prison in 2018, nearly 25 years after his conviction. He spent his final decades writing detailed memoirs of his experiments, apparently hoping that future researchers would continue where he'd left off. Prison officials confiscated and destroyed these writings, but rumors persist that copies exist, hidden away by collectors of criminal memorabilia who see value in the twisted insights of a man who reduced human life to laboratory data. The Kensington house was demolished within months of Dr. Carver's arrest, but the lot remains empty to this day. Local real estate agents claim it's because of soil contamination issues, but longtime residents know the real reason. No one wants to build on ground that was soaked with the blood of innocent victims, where a trusted member of their community had spent years perfecting the art of murder. The empty lot serves as an unspoken memorial to Dr. Carver's victims, a reminder that evil can hide behind the most respectable facades. The story of Dr. Carver's suburban house of horrors was still making headlines when another discovery emerged from the windswept plains of Nebraska. This time, the setting was a grain elevator outside the town of Cedar Falls, a structure that had stood empty for nearly a decade after the farming cooperative that owned it went bankrupt. Local teenagers sometimes dared each other to explore the towering concrete silos, but most were too spooked by the strange sounds that seemed to echo from within the abandoned complex. It was during one of these teenage adventures that 16-year-old Jessica Morse made a discovery that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She had climbed to the top of the tallest silo, flashlight in hand, when she noticed something glinting in the beam of light far below. What she saw at the bottom of that grain storage chamber wasn't wheat or corn, but dozens of human skulls, arranged in neat rows like some macabre harvest. The man responsible had been the elevator's caretaker for over 30 years. Harold Eugene Blackwood was known throughout Cedar Falls as a reliable, if eccentric, fixture of the community. He lived alone in a trailer on the elevator property, kept to himself mostly, but could always be counted on to help neighbors with mechanical problems or to plow driveways after winter storms. What no one suspected was that Harold had been using the abandoned silos as his personal killing ground for nearly 2 decades. Harold was born in 1941 on a failing wheat farm outside Cedar Falls, the middle child of 7 in a family that struggled to put food on the table. His father, Ezra Blackwood, was a harsh man who believed that children should be seen and not heard, and who enforced that philosophy with a leather belt and a heavy hand. Harold learned early to disappear into the shadows, to make himself invisible when his father's temper flared. But invisibility came with a price. While his siblings fought for attention, Harold retreated into a world of violent fantasies where he held all the power. As a child, Harold developed an obsession with machinery, particularly the massive combines and threshers that moved across the Nebraska landscape during harvest season. But it wasn't their agricultural purpose that fascinated him. Harold was captivated by their grinding mechanisms, the way they could reduce stalks of grain to chaff in seconds, the industrial efficiency of their destruction. He would spend hours sketching mechanical diagrams, imagining improvements to make the machines even more effective at breaking things down. When Harold was 14, his youngest sister Martha disappeared while walking home from school. The entire community searched for weeks, dragging ponds and combing through abandoned buildings, but Martha was never found. Harold joined the search efforts, appearing concerned and helpful, but privately he felt something else entirely. For the first time in his life, he was the center of attention. People asked him questions, listened to his theories, treated him like he mattered. The experience was intoxicating, and Harold began to understand that tragedy could be transformed into power. After high school, Harold drifted through a series of agricultural jobs before landing the caretaker position at the Cedar Falls grain elevator in 1965. The facility was still operational then, processing thousands of tons of wheat and corn each season, but Harold's duties were mostly maintenance and security. He lived in the trailer on site, emerging during the day to oil machinery and check grain levels, then disappearing back into solitude when the sun went down. The arrangement suited him perfectly. He had privacy, purpose, and access to industrial equipment that could dispose of evidence more thoroughly than any method he'd ever imagined. Harold's first victim was a traveling salesman named Robert Fine, who stopped at the elevator in the spring of 1973, looking for directions to the interstate. Fine had been driving a route through farm country, selling insurance to rural families, when his car broke down near the facility. Harold offered to take a look at the engine, invited Fine into the main building to wait while he worked, and then struck him from behind with a wrench when the man's back was turned. Fine died instantly, but for Harold, death was just the beginning of the process. What happened next revealed the true depth of Harold's mechanical genius. He had spent years studying the grain elevator's systems, understanding how wheat moved through the complex network of conveyors, chutes, and processing chambers. He knew exactly how to feed a human body into the machinery, how to activate the grinding mechanisms, how to reduce flesh and bone to fragments so small they would be indistinguishable from agricultural waste. Robert Fine became Harold's first experiment in what he would later describe as organic recycling. The elevator's grinding systems worked exactly as Harold had theorized. Within hours, Robert Fine had been reduced to particles that mixed seamlessly with legitimate grain chaff. His car was driven to a distant county and abandoned, his belongings scattered to suggest he'd simply moved on to the next town. The police investigation, such as it was, assumed Fine had encountered car trouble and hitchhiked away. No one thought to search a grain elevator 60 miles from where his vehicle was found. The success of his first disposal emboldened Harold to continue. Over the next 20 years, he would perfect his methods, developing techniques that left absolutely no trace of his victims. The grain elevator became his laboratory, and Harold approached each killing with the methodical precision of an engineer solving a complex problem. He learned to time his attacks with the facility's operational schedules, using the noise of running machinery to mask any sounds his victims might make. He discovered which settings on the grinding equipment produced the finest particle size, which chemical additives would accelerate decomposition, which disposal methods would ensure that nothing recognizable remained. Harold didn't kill randomly or frequently. Instead, he was selective, patient, waiting sometimes months between victims to ensure that no patterns emerged. He targeted people who were already transient, individuals whose disappearance would be attributed to the natural mobility of American life rather than foul play. Traveling salesmen, hitchhikers, migrant workers, anyone who had reason to be passing through rural Nebraska became potential subjects for his experiments in human disposal. The grain elevator provided perfect cover for Harold's activities. During harvest season, the facility operated around the clock, with trucks arriving at all hours to deliver their loads. The constant activity meant that strange sounds or unusual odors would be attributed to normal agricultural operations. Even when the elevator eventually closed in 1987, Harold's position as caretaker gave him unlimited access to the machinery and the privacy to continue his work without interruption. What made Harold truly dangerous was his understanding of law enforcement limitations. He knew that rural police departments lacked the resources for extensive missing person investigations, that federal agencies rarely got involved unless crimes crossed state lines, that the vast emptiness of the Great Plains could swallow people without a trace. He exploited these weaknesses systematically, becoming a predator who understood exactly how to operate beneath the radar of detection. Harold's methods evolved over time as he gained experience and confidence. In the early years, he relied on blunt force trauma, quick and efficient kills that required minimal cleanup. But as his skills developed, he began experimenting with more sophisticated techniques. He learned to use the elevator's pneumatic systems to create controlled environments where victims could be kept alive for extended periods. He discovered how to manipulate grain dust concentrations to create explosive atmospheres that would destroy evidence completely. He even developed methods for extracting useful materials from his victims before disposal, keeping teeth as trophies and bones for use in his mechanical experiments. The discovery of Harold's killing ground came about through pure accident. Jessica Morse had been dared by her friends to spend an entire night in the abandoned elevator, a rite of passage among Cedar Falls teenagers that had been going on for years. She'd made it to the top of the tallest silo when her flashlight beam revealed the horror below. What she initially thought were old farming implements turned out to be human remains, dozens of skulls and long bones that Harold had been unable to completely destroy through his grinding processes. The police response was swift and overwhelming. State investigators descended on the grain elevator with forensic teams, ground-penetrating radar, and cadaver dogs trained to detect human remains, even in heavily contaminated environments. What they found exceeded their worst expectations. Harold had been operating for over 20 years, leaving behind evidence of at least 34 murders hidden throughout the facility's complex infrastructure. The investigation revealed the full scope of Harold's mechanical ingenuity. He had modified the elevator's systems extensively, installing hidden chambers where victims could be held, creating specialized grinding mechanisms designed specifically for human disposal, and developing chemical processes that would eliminate organic traces from metal surfaces. His workshop contained detailed engineering drawings, maintenance logs that documented his equipment modifications, and journals filled with technical observations about the efficiency of different disposal methods. Harold's arrest came as he was performing routine maintenance on one of his modified grinding systems. Police found him calmly oiling machinery that forensic analysis would later prove had been used to destroy human remains. He showed no surprise at their arrival, no resistance to being handcuffed, no emotion of any kind. When asked about the remains found in the silos, Harold simply nodded and asked if they'd like to see his workshop. He seemed proud of his technical achievements, eager to demonstrate the elegance of his disposal systems to an audience that might appreciate their mechanical sophistication. The trial that followed revealed Harold as a man who viewed murder as an engineering problem to be solved through careful application of mechanical principles. He testified with the dry precision of a technical manual, describing his modifications to the grain elevator's systems as if he were presenting a paper at an agricultural conference. He showed no remorse for his victims, referring to them only as raw materials that had been processed through his facility. To Harold, the 34 people he'd killed weren't human beings with families and dreams. They were simply components in his ongoing research into efficient organic disposal. The prosecution struggled to convey the horror of Harold's crimes to a jury that found his technical explanations almost hypnotically boring. Here was a man who had committed dozens of murders with industrial efficiency, who had reduced human beings to mechanical problems, who had spent decades perfecting methods for erasing people from existence. Yet he presented his work with such clinical detachment that it was difficult to process the scale of his evil. The courtroom often fell silent as Harold calmly explained how he'd calculated the optimal particle size for human remains, how he'd tested different chemical additives to accelerate decomposition, how he'd modified conveyor systems to handle biological materials more effectively. The jury convicted Harold on all 34 counts of murder, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As he was led from the courtroom, Harold turned to address the gallery one final time. He said that his work at the grain elevator had solved fundamental problems in organic waste disposal, that his techniques could revolutionize agricultural processing, and that someday society would recognize the value of his contributions to mechanical engineering. Even facing life in prison, Harold remained convinced that his murders had been acts of scientific progress rather than crimes against humanity. Harold Blackwood died in prison in 2003, 12 years after his conviction. He spent his final years writing technical manuals describing his disposal methods, apparently hoping that agricultural engineers would adopt his innovations for legitimate purposes. Prison officials destroyed these writings, but investigators who studied Harold's case continue to be disturbed by the mechanical brilliance of his killing methods. He had transformed a grain elevator into a perfect murder weapon, creating systems so efficient that dozens of people had simply vanished without leaving any trace of their existence. The Cedar Falls grain elevator was demolished in 2005, its concrete silos reduced to rubble that was buried in an unmarked landfill. The site remains empty today, a patch of prairie grass that gives no indication of the horrors that once occurred there. Local residents avoid the area, claiming that the ground feels different somehow, that the wind carries strange sounds across the empty fields. They say that on quiet nights, you can still hear the mechanical grinding of machinery that no longer exists, processing materials that should never have been fed into its mechanisms. But Harold Blackwood's story was just one thread in a tapestry of horror that stretched across the American landscape. While investigators were still cataloging the remains found in his grain elevator, another discovery was being made in the mountains of Colorado, where winter snow had begun to melt and reveal secrets that had been frozen for nearly a decade. The Rocky Mountain wilderness had always been a place where people could disappear. Hikers vanished on remote trails, hunters failed to return from expeditions, and the vast forests swallowed their traces without explanation. Most of these disappearances were attributed to natural causes, wild animals, exposure, or simple accidents in terrain that forgave no mistakes. But in the spring of 1994, as snowpack melted from the high country around Vail, Colorado, a pattern began to emerge that suggested something far more sinister had been stalking the mountain trails. It began with a pair of hiking boots, waterlogged and torn, discovered by a park ranger near a creek bed 20 miles from the nearest trailhead. Inside the left boot was a human foot, severed cleanly at the ankle with surgical precision. The right boot contained only bloody socks and a note written in careful block letters that read, "The mountain provides what the mountain requires." Over the next 3 weeks, as spring runoff carved new channels through the Colorado high country, more remains surfaced. A torso wedged between rocks in a rapids, an arm dangling from a fallen pine tree. A head, eyes removed, and mouth sewn shut with fishing line, discovered by campers who would never venture into the wilderness again. The man responsible had been living off the grid for 12 years, moving through the mountain wilderness like a ghost. His name was Silas Crane, though the few people who'd encountered him on remote trails knew him only as the Mountain Man, a bearded figure who emerged from the forest to offer directions or share a meal before vanishing back into the trees. What they didn't know was that Silas had been using the Rocky Mountain wilderness as his personal hunting ground, stalking hikers and backpackers with the patience of a predator who understood that nature would dispose of the evidence for him. Silas was born in 1951 in Detroit, Michigan, the youngest son of an assembly line worker who spent his days building cars and his nights drinking away the monotony. The Crane household was a place where violence simmered just beneath the surface, where the wrong word or gesture could trigger explosions of rage that left bruises and broken furniture in their wake. Silas learned early to read the signs, to disappear into shadows when his father's anger began to build. But unlike his brothers, who channeled their fear into defiance or escape, Silas found something else in those moments of terror. He found excitement. By age 10, Silas was killing neighborhood cats with methodical precision, He didn't torture them out of cruelty, but studied them, learning how life departed from their small bodies, timing their deaths to the second. He kept detailed records in a notebook hidden under his mattress, documenting which methods produced the quickest deaths, which caused the most fear, which left the cleanest corpses. His parents, when they noticed missing pets at all, assumed they'd wandered away or been hit by cars. They never suspected their youngest son was conducting experiments in their garage. High school offered no escape from the violence that defined Silas's world. He was small for his age, awkward and quiet, the kind of target that bullies seem to find instinctively. But instead of cowering or fighting back, Silas began to plan. He studied his tormentors with the same clinical attention he'd once given to dying cats, learning their routines, mapping their vulnerabilities, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. That moment came during his senior year when Tommy Briggs, the football player who'd made Silas's life miserable for 4 years, disappeared after a party in the woods outside town. Tommy's body was found 3 weeks later, buried in a shallow grave with his throat cut from ear to ear. The wound was so precise it looked surgical, made with something sharper than any knife the local police had ever seen. The investigation stalled quickly, lost in the chaos of teenage drinking and shifting alibis. No one suspected Silas Crane, the quiet kid who'd graduated without fanfare and vanished from Detroit like smoke. What Silas had discovered in those Michigan woods was something that would shape the rest of his life. He felt more alive in the wilderness than he ever had in civilization, more connected to something primal and honest than the lies people told themselves in their suburban homes. The forest didn't judge or condemn, it simply consumed what was offered to it. Death was natural here, expected, part of a cycle that had been turning for millions of years. Silas decided to become part of that cycle. After graduation, Silas drifted west, drawn by stories of vast wilderness areas where a man could disappear completely. He worked seasonal jobs at ski resorts and dude ranches, always moving on before anyone could get to know him well. But it was in Colorado's high country that he found his true calling. The Rocky Mountain wilderness offered everything Silas had been searching for: isolation, natural disposal methods, and an endless supply of victims who came to him willingly, seeking the very solitude he used to hunt them. Silas's first Colorado kill was a solo backpacker named David Chen, a software engineer from Denver who'd taken a week off to hike the Continental Divide Trail. David had been making good time on a section known for its challenging terrain when he encountered Silas at a remote campsite. The bearded man seemed friendly enough, offering to share his fire and trade stories about the trail ahead. David accepted gratefully, unaware that he was talking to someone who'd been watching him for 3 days, learning his habits, waiting for him to reach this isolated spot where screams would echo harmlessly off granite walls. What happened to David that night was documented in journals Silas kept with obsessive detail. He didn't kill quickly or cleanly, but slowly, methodically, studying how the human body responded to different types of trauma at high altitude. David lived for hours in that mountain campsite, kept conscious through careful application of pressure and pain while Silas conducted his research. When death finally came, Silas felt something he'd never experienced before: a sense of communion with the wilderness itself, as if the mountains had accepted his offering and blessed him with their ancient wisdom. The disposal of David's remains revealed Silas's understanding of mountain ecology. He didn't simply bury the body or hide it in caves, but distributed it strategically throughout the ecosystem. Some parts went to scavengers, others to streams that would carry them far from the kill site, still others to crevices where freeze-thaw cycles would break them down naturally. Within weeks, David Hitchen had become part of the mountain food chain, his disappearance attributed to the countless hazards that claimed hikers every year. Over the next decade, Silas perfected his methods. He learned to read weather patterns that would hide his activities, to identify victims who wouldn't be missed quickly, to use the wilderness itself as his accomplice. He developed an uncanny ability to appear helpful and harmless, the kind of experienced outdoorsman that inexperienced hikers were grateful to encounter. He knew which trails were least monitored, which campsites offered the most privacy, which natural features would conceal evidence most effectively. Silas's victim selection showed calculated intelligence. He avoided organized groups or hikers who'd filed detailed trip plans with rangers. Instead, he targeted solo adventurers, couples seeking romantic isolation, small groups of friends who told no one their exact route. He studied their gear and clothing to assess their experience level, their physical condition to judge how long they might survive his attention, their behavior to determine how much they'd be missed. To Silas, potential victims weren't human beings, but problems to be solved through careful application of wilderness knowledge. The killing methods evolved as Silas gained experience. Early victims died from blunt force trauma or knife wounds, quick and efficient, but lacking the artistry Silas began to crave. Later murders showed increasing sophistication, victims found with their organs removed and arranged in patterns that mimicked natural formations, bodies positioned to become part of the landscape, deaths staged to look like accidents, until closer examination revealed their true nature. But Silas's true innovation was his understanding of time and decay in mountain environments. He learned that bodies decomposed differently at various altitudes, that winter freezing could preserve remains for months, while spring melting would accelerate destruction, that certain scavengers would consume evidence, while others would scatter it across miles of terrain. He used this knowledge to control exactly when and how his victims would be discovered, orchestrating revelations that would maximize psychological impact on those who found them. The investigation that eventually caught Silas began with a single photograph. Maria Santos, a wildlife photographer from Boulder, had been documenting elk migration patterns when she captured an image that would change everything. Hidden in the background of what should have been a nature shot was a human figure dragging something heavy toward a creek bed. The image was too distant and blurry to identify the person, but clear enough to show that whatever was being dragged had the unmistakable shape of a human body. Maria didn't notice the figure when she first developed the film, focused as she was on the elk in the foreground. It was only weeks later, while preparing prints for a gallery show, that she spotted the disturbing detail. She called the Colorado Bureau of Investigation immediately, turning over not just the photograph, but detailed records of when and where it had been taken. For the first time in over a decade, investigators had a concrete lead on what they'd begun to suspect was a serial killer operating in the high country. The photograph led search teams to a remote section of wilderness where they found evidence that chilled even experienced investigators. Hidden beneath fallen logs and rock cairns was a cache of human bones, sorted by type and arranged with ritualistic precision. Femurs stood upright like fence posts, ribs were woven together in complex patterns, skulls formed perfect circles around what appeared to be primitive altars. The scene looked like something from an archaeological dig, except the bones showed clear evidence of recent violence, and the arrangement suggested a mind operating according to its own twisted logic. Further searches revealed the full scope of Silas's mountain empire. He had established camps throughout the wilderness, connected by game trails that only someone with intimate knowledge of the terrain could navigate. Each site served a different purpose in his killing process: observation points where he could watch potential victims, isolation chambers where he could hold them for extended periods, disposal locations where he could process remains according to his evolving methods. The entire network showed years of careful planning and intimate knowledge of an ecosystem he'd learned to exploit with deadly efficiency. The manhunt for Silas Crane became the largest wilderness search in Colorado history. Hundreds of law enforcement officers, park rangers, and volunteers combed through thousands of square miles of rugged terrain, following trails that seemed to lead everywhere and nowhere. Silas had spent over a decade learning every ridge, canyon, and hidden valley in the region, and he used that knowledge to stay ahead of his pursuers, like a ghost who could materialize and vanish at will. For 3 months, the search continued without success. Silas seemed to anticipate every move, appearing briefly on remote trail cameras before melting back into wilderness that swallowed helicopters and tracking dogs with equal indifference. He left taunting messages carved into trees, arrangements of bones that spelled out words visible only from above, evidence that he was not just evading capture but enjoying the game. The mountains that had hidden his crimes for so long now protected him from justice with the same indifferent efficiency. The end came not through superior tactics or technology, but through winter itself. As October snow began to fall in the high country, even Silas's wilderness skills couldn't overcome the fundamental reality of mountain survival. He was found by a rescue team in a cave above timberline, hypothermic and delirious, surrounded by journals and photographs that documented 12 years of murder with clinical precision. His final entry, written in barely legible handwriting, read, "The mountain has taught me everything it knows. Now it calls me home." Silas was arrested on 37 counts of murder, though investigators suspected the true number was higher. During questioning, he spoke about his victims not as people, but as offerings to the wilderness itself, sacrifices that had earned him acceptance into what he called the true community of the mountains. He showed no remorse for the lives he'd taken, describing each killing as a natural act, no different from a wolf taking a deer or an avalanche claiming a climber. To Silas, murder wasn't a crime but a form of worship, a way of participating in cycles of life and death that predated human civilization. The trial revealed the full horror of Silas's mountain killing spree. Families of victims sat in stunned silence as prosecutors presented evidence of murders that had been planned with the patience of geological time and executed with the precision of natural selection. Photographs showed crime scenes that looked like abstract art installations, bones arranged in patterns that suggested deep understanding of both human anatomy and wilderness ecosystems. Silas had turned murder into a form of environmental sculpture, using human remains to create monuments to his own twisted vision of natural law. When given the opportunity to address the court, Silas spoke for over an hour about his communion with the wilderness, his understanding of death as transformation rather than ending, his belief that he had been chosen to serve as an agent of natural selection. He described his victims as willing participants in something larger than themselves, claimed that their deaths had meaning beyond human comprehension, and expressed gratitude to the mountains for teaching him truths that civilized society could never understand. The jury convicted Silas on all counts, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison without possibility of parole. As he was led from the courtroom, Silas turned to face the mountains visible through the courthouse windows and spoke words that haunted everyone present. He said that the wilderness would remember his work long after human law had forgotten it, that the bones he'd left in the high country would continue to tell his story to anyone wise enough to listen, and that someday others would understand what he'd accomplished in his years of sacred killing. Silas Crane died in prison in 2009, 15 years after his conviction. He spent his final years writing detailed guides to wilderness survival, apparently hoping to inspire others to seek the same communion with nature that had driven his killing spree. Prison officials destroyed these writings, but investigators who studied Silas's case remained disturbed by his intimate knowledge of mountain ecosystems and his ability to use that knowledge for murder. He had transformed the Colorado wilderness into a vast crime scene, turning some of America's most beautiful landscapes into monuments to his own pathological vision of natural law. The areas where Silas operated remain popular with hikers and backpackers, though rangers now maintain increased patrols and require detailed trip plans from anyone venturing into the backcountry alone. Memorial plaques mark some of the locations where his victims were found, but most of his killing sites remain unmarked, known only to investigators who studied his journals and to the mountains themselves, which keep their secrets buried under snow and stone. The wilderness that Silas claimed as his temple continues to draw adventurers seeking solitude and challenge, unaware that they're walking through landscapes where murder was once practiced as a form of prayer. But even as investigators were still mapping the extent of Silas Crane's mountain killing grounds, a different kind of horror was unfolding in the suburbs of Phoenix, Arizona. The desert Southwest had always been a place where people came to reinvent themselves, to disappear into sprawling subdivisions where neighbors barely knew each other's names. It was the perfect environment for someone like Arthur Belmont to operate, a man who had spent 15 years turning routine home repairs into opportunities for murder. Arthur wasn't the kind of person who drew attention. At 52, he was average height, average build, with graying hair and the soft hands of someone who worked with tools but not heavy labor. He drove a white pickup truck loaded with ladders and paint cans, wore khaki work shirts with his company name embroidered on the pocket, and spoke with the patient tone of a man who'd spent decades explaining home improvement projects to anxious homeowners. To the residents of Phoenix's newer subdivisions, Arthur Belmont was exactly what he appeared to be: a reliable handyman who showed up on time, worked quietly, and charged fair prices. What they didn't know was that Arthur had been using his access to their homes to conduct what he called his research. He wasn't interested in sexual assault or robbery, the typical motives that drove home invasion killers. Instead, Arthur was fascinated by something far more subtle and disturbing: the psychology of trust. He wanted to understand the exact moment when people realized they were in mortal danger, the precise second when their faith in human decency shattered completely. And he had developed methods for studying that moment with scientific precision. Arthur's childhood in rural Kansas had been marked by a peculiar form of isolation. He was the only child of parents who ran a small church in a farming community where everyone knew everyone else's business. But the Belmont household was different. Arthur's father, Reverend Samuel Belmont, preached about love and forgiveness on Sundays while maintaining rigid control over his family during the week. Arthur learned early that there were two versions of truth: the public face that people showed to the world, and the private reality they hid behind closed doors. This lesson would shape everything that came after. As a teenager, Arthur discovered he had a talent for reading people, for understanding the masks they wore and the fears they tried to hide. He could tell which of his classmates were being abused at home, which teachers were struggling with drinking problems, which neighbors were having affairs. But instead of using this insight for compassion or help, Arthur found himself drawn to the power it gave him. He began keeping detailed notes about the people around him, cataloging their weaknesses and vulnerabilities, like a scientist studying laboratory specimens. After high school, Arthur drifted through a series of jobs before settling into construction work. He discovered he had genuine skill with tools and repairs, but more importantly, he realized that being a handyman gave him access to people's most private spaces. When homeowners let him into their houses, they were essentially inviting a stranger into their sanctuary, trusting him with their safety and security. Arthur found this trust intoxicating, and he began to fantasize about betraying it in the most complete way possible. His first victim was Margaret Torres, a widow in her 70s who hired Arthur to repair her kitchen faucet in the spring of 1987. Margaret lived alone in a modest ranch house on the outskirts of Phoenix, the kind of isolated property that Arthur had learned to identify as perfect for his purposes. She was lonely, grateful for company, and completely trusting of the polite handyman who arrived at her door with tools and a friendly smile. What Margaret didn't know was that Arthur had been watching her house for weeks, learning her routines, studying her habits, waiting for the perfect opportunity to conduct his first experiment. Arthur didn't kill Margaret immediately. Instead, he spent hours in her house, ostensibly working on increasingly complex repairs while actually studying her behavior. He watched how she moved through her own space, how she reacted to unexpected sounds, how her body language changed when she felt safe versus when she felt threatened. He documented everything in a notebook he kept in his truck, treating Margaret like a subject in a psychological study rather than a human being deserving of basic dignity. When Arthur finally revealed his true intentions, Margaret's reaction exceeded his expectations. The moment of realization, when she understood that the man she'd trusted was actually there to kill her, produced an expression of such pure terror and betrayal that Arthur felt something he'd never experienced before. It wasn't sexual arousal or sadistic pleasure, but a kind of intellectual satisfaction, as if he'd solved a complex equation or proved a difficult theorem. Margaret's death, when it finally came, was almost anticlimactic compared to that moment of perfect psychological revelation. The disposal of Margaret's body revealed Arthur's practical intelligence. He didn't panic or make amateur mistakes, but approached the problem with the same methodical thinking he brought to home repairs. He knew that bodies decomposed differently in desert conditions, that the Arizona heat would accelerate certain processes while the dry air would preserve others. He also understood that missing elderly people were often assumed to have moved away or entered care facilities, especially when they had no close family to press for investigations. Arthur wrapped Margaret's body in plastic sheeting and transported it in his work truck to a remote area of the Sonoran Desert, where he buried it in a grave he'd prepared weeks earlier. He then returned to her house and staged evidence to suggest she'd left suddenly for a family emergency. He forwarded her mail to a post office box he'd rented under a false name, paid her utility bills for several months to prevent suspicion, and even sent postcards to her few acquaintances claiming she was happy in her new living situation. The deception worked perfectly. Margaret Torres was never reported missing, and her disappearance was attributed to the natural mobility of elderly people seeking better care or closer family connections. The success of his first murder convinced Arthur that he could perfect his methods even further. Over the next decade, he would refine his victim selection process, his psychological manipulation techniques, and his body disposal methods until he had created what he considered a flawless system for studying human nature at its most vulnerable moment. He kept detailed records of everything, treating each murder as a case study in what he called trust dissolution dynamics. Arthur's victims were chosen according to specific criteria that he had developed through careful observation of suburban behavior patterns. He targeted people who lived alone, preferably elderly or disabled individuals who would be grateful for help with home maintenance. He looked for houses in isolated locations where screams wouldn't be heard, properties with large yards where vehicles could be parked out of sight, neighborhoods where people minded their own business and didn't ask questions about strangers. The psychological manipulation that Arthur employed was perhaps more disturbing than the murders themselves. He would spend days or even weeks building relationships with his victims, establishing trust through small kindnesses and reliable service. He learned their personal histories, their family situations, their fears and hopes. He became someone they looked forward to seeing, a bright spot in lives that were often marked by loneliness and physical decline. And then, when their trust was complete and their guard was down, he would reveal the truth about his intentions. What Arthur discovered through his research was that the moment of betrayal produced different reactions in different people. Some victims became angry, raging against the violation of their trust. Others retreated into denial, refusing to believe that someone they'd come to care about could mean them harm. Still others simply shut down emotionally, as if their minds couldn't process the magnitude of the deception. Arthur documented all these reactions with clinical precision, treating each murder as an opportunity to advance his understanding of human psychology under extreme stress. The killing methods Arthur employed were designed not for efficiency, but for psychological impact. He wanted his victims to remain conscious and aware for as long as possible, to fully experience the dissolution of trust that fascinated him so deeply. He used combinations of drugs and physical restraints that would keep them alert while preventing escape, allowing him to conduct what he called trust interviews, where he would ask them detailed questions about their emotional state as they processed their betrayal. Arthur's journals, discovered years later, revealed the depth of his psychological analysis. He had developed elaborate theories about human trust mechanisms, detailed classifications of betrayal responses, and complex scoring systems for measuring what he called trust dissolution intensity. To Arthur, murder wasn't an act of violence, but a form of research, and his victims weren't people but data points in his ongoing study of human nature's most fundamental vulnerabilities. The investigation that eventually exposed Arthur began with a single inconsistency that caught the attention of a sharp-eyed postal worker. James Morrison had been delivering mail in the same Phoenix suburb for over 20 years, and he'd noticed something odd about several houses on his route. Elderly residents who had lived in their homes for decades were suddenly receiving forwarded mail and having packages delivered to post office boxes, yet no one in the neighborhood remembered seeing moving trucks or saying goodbye. It seemed like people were simply vanishing from their homes without explanation. Morrison mentioned his observations to his supervisor, who passed them along to local police as a possible fraud investigation. What detectives discovered when they began checking on the missing residents was a pattern that suggested something far more sinister than mail theft. 7 elderly homeowners had supposedly moved away over the past 3 years, all of them customers of the same handyman service, all of them people who had hired Arthur Belmont for various home repair projects in the months before their disappearances. When police attempted to contact these missing residents at their forwarded addresses, they found post office boxes that had been rented with false identification and utility payments that were being made through money orders purchased with cash. Phone calls to the numbers on file went to voicemail boxes that were never answered. It appeared that 7 people had simply evaporated from existence, leaving behind only a paper trail of deception that pointed back to one man. Arthur's arrest came as he was arriving at the home of what would have been his 8th victim, an 80-year-old man named Ernest Walsh, who had hired him to repair a leaking roof. Police found Arthur's truck loaded with the usual tools and supplies, but also with restraints, syringes, and recording equipment that had no legitimate purpose in home repair work. When they searched his residence, they discovered a workshop that looked more like a research laboratory than a handyman's storage area, complete with detailed charts, psychological assessment forms, and hours of audio recordings documenting his victims' final conversations. The recordings were perhaps the most disturbing evidence of Arthur's crimes. In them, he could be heard conducting calm, methodical interviews with people who were clearly in mortal terror, asking them to describe their emotional states as they realized they were going to die. He treated these conversations like therapy sessions, probing their feelings about trust and betrayal while they begged for their lives. The clinical detachment in his voice as he discussed their impending deaths was more chilling than any expression of rage or sadism would have been. Arthur's trial became a study in the psychology of predation. Expert witnesses testified about his apparent lack of empathy, his treatment of murder as intellectual exercise, and his systematic exploitation of social trust mechanisms. The prosecution argued that Arthur represented a new type of serial killer, one motivated not by sexual compulsion or power fantasies, but by genuine scientific curiosity about human nature's darkest moments. The defense claimed he was mentally ill, driven by delusions that his murders served some greater purpose in advancing psychological knowledge. Arthur himself testified with the same calm professionalism he had shown his victims. He described his research methodology, explained his victim selection criteria, and presented his findings as if he were delivering a paper at an academic conference. He showed no remorse for the lives he'd taken, referring to his victims only as research subjects who had contributed valuable data to his studies. When asked why he had chosen murder as his research method, Arthur replied that only the genuine threat of death could strip away the social facades that prevented true understanding of human psychology. The jury convicted Arthur on 7 counts of first-degree murder, and the judge sentenced him to death. But even facing execution, Arthur remained convinced that his work had scientific value. In his final statement to the court, he said that his research had revealed fundamental truths about human nature that conventional psychology could never uncover, that his victims had participated in groundbreaking studies of trust and betrayal, and that someday the world would recognize his contributions to understanding the human condition. Arthur Belmont was executed by lethal injection in 2005, 18 years after his first murder. He spent his final years on death row writing detailed analyses of his crimes, apparently hoping that researchers would continue his work after his death. Prison officials destroyed these writings, but investigators who studied Arthur's case remained disturbed by his systematic approach to murder and his genuine belief that killing people served a legitimate scientific purpose. He had transformed routine home repairs into opportunities for psychological research, turning suburban trust into a weapon more deadly than any tool in his truck. The houses where Arthur's victims had lived were eventually sold to new owners who had no knowledge of their property's dark histories. But neighbors who remembered the missing residents sometimes reported strange feelings in those homes, as if the betrayal of trust that had occurred within their walls had left some kind of psychic residue. Real estate agents learned not to mention Arthur's crimes when showing these properties, knowing that the knowledge would make them impossible to sell to families seeking the safety and security that suburban life was supposed to provide. As investigators were still processing the evidence from Arthur Belmont's suburban workshop, another horror was emerging from the industrial landscape of Gary, Indiana. The Rust Belt had always been a place where things went to die, where abandoned factories and empty lots provided cover for activities that thrived in decay. But even by Gary's standards, what was happening in the old Meridian Steel plant was something unprecedented, a form of industrial murder that turned the tools of American manufacturing into instruments of systematic death. The discovery came during a routine environmental inspection of the abandoned facility. EPA investigators were testing soil contamination levels when they noticed something unusual about one of the old blast furnaces. What should have been solid metal was partially hollowed out, modified in ways that served no industrial purpose. When they looked closer, they found human bones mixed with the slag and debris that filled the furnace chamber. Someone had been using the steel plant's equipment to incinerate human remains with the efficiency of a crematorium. The man responsible was Leonard Kowalski, a former plant supervisor who had maintained access to the facility long after its official closure in 1989. For 8 years, Leonard had been using his knowledge of steel production to perfect what he called complete disposal, a process that reduced human bodies to ash and slag that was indistinguishable from industrial waste. To Leonard, murder wasn't just killing, it was manufacturing, and he approached each death with the same systematic efficiency he'd once brought to producing steel. Leonard was born in 1943 in Gary, the son of a Polish immigrant who had come to America seeking work in the booming steel industry. The Kowalski family lived in one of the small houses clustered around the Meridian plant, part of a tight-knit community where 3 generations of men worked the same jobs and followed the same routines. Leonard grew up breathing steel dust and listening to the constant rumble of furnaces that never stopped running. The plant wasn't just his father's workplace, it was the heartbeat of his entire world. But Leonard was different from the other boys in his neighborhood. While they played baseball or hung around the plant gates, waiting for their fathers to get off shift, Leonard was fascinated by the industrial processes themselves. He would sneak onto the plant grounds and watch the massive machinery at work, studying how raw materials were transformed through heat and pressure into finished products. By age 12, he could explain the basic principles of steel production better than some of the plant workers, and he'd developed theories about how the processes could be modified to handle different types of materials. Leonard's obsession with industrial efficiency extended beyond steel production. He became fascinated with waste disposal, with the challenge of reducing complex materials to their simplest components. He would spend hours at the city dump, studying how different objects decomposed over time, experimenting with chemical processes that could accelerate breakdown, designing systems that could handle organic waste more efficiently than nature itself. His notebooks from this period, discovered years later, showed detailed diagrams of furnaces and chemical baths that bore disturbing similarities to the equipment he would later use for murder. After high school, Leonard went to work at the Meridian plant, just like his father and grandfather before him. But unlike them, he wasn't content to simply follow established procedures. Leonard was constantly suggesting modifications to improve efficiency, designing new systems for handling waste materials, proposing changes that would reduce costs and increase output. His supervisors appreciated his innovation, and Leonard quickly rose through the ranks to become one of the plant's youngest shift supervisors. It was during his years as a supervisor that Leonard began to develop what he would later call his complete processing theory. He became convinced that industrial methods could be applied to any disposal problem, that the same furnaces and chemical systems that transformed iron ore into steel could handle any type of organic material. He started with small experiments using plant equipment to dispose of animal carcasses and organic waste, documenting temperatures and processing times with scientific precision. His colleagues assumed he was just being thorough about waste management procedures, unaware that Leonard was actually conducting research for a much darker purpose. Leonard's first human victim was a homeless man named Carl Dubois, who had been living in one of the abandoned buildings near the steel plant. Carl was a Vietnam veteran struggling with addiction and mental illness, the kind of person who would become invisible in a city where economic collapse had created thousands of similar casualties. Leonard approached him with an offer of work, claiming he needed help with some unofficial maintenance projects at the plant. Carl accepted gratefully, unaware that he was volunteering to become the first subject in Leonard's experiments with human disposal. What happened to Carl inside the Meridian plant that night was documented in journals Leonard kept with obsessive detail. He didn't kill Carl quickly or mercifully, but slowly and methodically, studying how the human body responded to the same processes used to refine steel. He monitored temperatures, recorded processing times, and documented the stages of reduction from complex organic matter to simple ash and slag. To Leonard, Carl wasn't a person deserving of dignity or compassion, but raw material being processed through an industrial system he had designed and perfected. The efficiency of Leonard's disposal method was terrifying in its completeness. The blast furnace temperatures that could melt iron ore completely incinerated human remains, leaving behind only trace minerals that mixed seamlessly with legitimate industrial waste. Even DNA evidence was destroyed by the extreme heat, and the chemical processes Leonard used eliminated any organic residue that might indicate human presence. Carl Dubois simply ceased to exist, reduced to particles that were indistinguishable from the slag that had been accumulating in the abandoned plant for years. The success of his first disposal convinced Leonard that he had solved one of criminal justice's fundamental problems, the challenge of making evidence disappear completely. Over the next several years, he would refine his methods even further, developing techniques that could process multiple bodies simultaneously and chemical additives that would accelerate the breakdown of organic materials. He treated each murder as a production run, applying industrial efficiency standards to what he considered a legitimate waste management operation. Leonard's victim selection showed the same systematic thinking he brought to his disposal methods. He targeted people who lived on society's margins, individuals whose disappearance would be attributed to the natural mobility of urban poverty rather than foul play. Homeless veterans, undocumented immigrants, sex workers, drug addicts, anyone who existed outside the systems that tracked and protected mainstream citizens, became potential raw materials for Leonard's processing experiments. The killing methods Leonard employed were designed for efficiency rather than cruelty. He didn't torture his victims or subject them to prolonged suffering, but dispatched them with the same industrial precision he brought to all his work. He used industrial chemicals to render them unconscious quickly, then processed their bodies through systems he had modified specifically for human materials. To Leonard, murder was simply the first step in a manufacturing process that concluded with complete disposal of all evidence. The abandoned Meridian plant provided perfect cover for Leonard's activities. The facility was too contaminated for redevelopment, but not dangerous enough to require constant monitoring, creating a zone of neglect where strange sounds and unusual odors would be attributed to ongoing chemical reactions in the abandoned equipment. Leonard had keys to all the buildings and intimate knowledge of every system, allowing him to operate with complete freedom while maintaining the appearance of legitimate caretaking duties. Leonard's journals revealed the industrial mindset he brought to murder. He tracked production statistics, calculated efficiency ratios, and designed process improvements with the same attention to detail he'd once applied to legitimate steel production. He treated each victim as a unit of raw material to be processed, each murder as a manufacturing run to be optimized, each disposal as a quality control challenge to be perfected. His writings read like technical manuals rather than criminal confessions, filled with temperature charts and processing schedules rather than emotional content. The investigation that eventually exposed Leonard began with a simple bureaucratic error. The EPA had been monitoring ground contamination around the abandoned plant when they noticed discrepancies in the chemical analysis reports. Certain elements were showing up in soil samples that shouldn't have been present in steel production waste. Trace minerals that suggested organic materials had been processed through the plant's furnace systems long after official operations had ceased. When environmental investigators began examining the plant more closely, they found evidence of recent activity in areas that should have been sealed and abandoned. Furnace chambers showed signs of modification. Chemical systems had been altered from their original configurations, and processing equipment bore residues that didn't match legitimate steel production byproducts. It appeared that someone had been using the abandoned facility for unauthorized industrial activities that violated every environmental protection law on the books. The human remains discovered in the blast furnace were so fragmentary that initial identification was impossible, but forensic analysis revealed that multiple individuals had been processed through the plant's systems, their bodies reduced to ash and bone fragments that had been mixed with legitimate industrial waste. DNA testing of the residues eventually identified 11 different individuals, though investigators suspected the true number was higher. Leonard's arrest came as he was preparing to process what would have been his 12th victim, a homeless woman named Dorothy Chen, who had accepted his offer of work cleaning the plant's abandoned offices. Police found Leonard in his modified processing chamber, wearing protective equipment and operating furnace systems that had been illegal to run for over a decade. When confronted with evidence of his crimes, Leonard showed no surprise or denial, but immediately began explaining his disposal methodology with the professional pride of an engineer describing his latest innovation. The trial that followed revealed Leonard as a man who had applied industrial thinking to the most personal of crimes. Expert witnesses testified about his systematic approach to murder, his treatment of human beings as raw materials, and his use of legitimate industrial knowledge for illegitimate purposes. The prosecution argued that Leonard represented a new type of killer, one who brought corporate efficiency standards to individual acts of violence. The defense claimed he was mentally ill, driven by delusions that his murders served some legitimate industrial purpose. Leonard testified with the technical precision of a plant supervisor, explaining production procedures. He described his victim processing methods, detailed his disposal efficiency statistics, and presented his modifications to the plant equipment as innovations that could revolutionize waste management if properly understood. He showed no recognition that his victims were human beings rather than industrial materials, referring to them only by processing numbers and disposal dates throughout his testimony. When the jury convicted Leonard on 11 counts of murder, he remained convinced that his work had practical value for legitimate industries. In his final statement to the court, he said that his processing methods had solved fundamental problems in organic waste disposal, that his modifications to steel production equipment could be adapted for legal purposes, and that someday manufacturers would recognize his contributions to industrial efficiency. Even facing life in prison, Leonard continued to think like an engineer rather than a convicted killer. Leonard Kowalski died in prison in 2016, 23 years after his conviction. He spent his final decades writing technical manuals describing his processing methods, apparently hoping that industrial engineers would adopt his innovations for legitimate waste management purposes. Prison officials destroyed these writings, but investigators who studied Leonard's case remained disturbed by his systematic approach to murder and his genuine belief that killing people was simply another form of manufacturing. He had transformed an abandoned steel plant into a perfect murder weapon, turning the tools of American industry into instruments of death that left virtually no trace of their victims. The Meridian steel plant was eventually demolished, and the site was remediated for redevelopment, but the contamination Leonard had created went deeper than any environmental cleanup could address. Local residents still avoid the area, claiming that the ground itself feels poisoned by what happened there. Urban explorers who visit other abandoned industrial sites in Gary sometimes report strange sensations in old furnace chambers, as if the machinery itself remembers what it was once used for and rejects any attempt to operate it for legitimate purposes. But Leonard Kowalski's industrial approach to murder was just one thread in a tapestry of horror that stretched across the American landscape. While investigators were still cataloging the evidence from his processing chambers, another discovery was being made in the farmlands of Iowa, where vast cornfields and isolated homesteads provided cover for crimes that made Leonard's industrial killings seem almost merciful by comparison. The story began with a drought, the worst Iowa had seen in 50 years. As water levels dropped in farm ponds across the state, things that had been hidden for decades began to emerge from the receding mud. At first, it was just debris, the usual collection of rusted machinery and discarded appliances that rural families had been dumping in isolated ponds for generations. But when the Hartley Farm pond dropped to its lowest level in recorded history, something else surfaced that changed everything. The first indication that something was wrong came from the smell. Even in the heat of summer, with organic matter decomposing in the exposed pond bottom, there was an odor that didn't belong to natural decay. It was sweeter, heavier, with an undertone that made people cover their noses and turn away without understanding why. Local residents assumed it was just another casualty of the drought, perhaps a large animal that had died and been buried in the pond sediments years earlier. But when county workers arrived to assess environmental damage from the drought, they found something that defied explanation. Partially buried in the dried pond bottom were dozens of metal containers, each one carefully sealed and arranged in precise rows like some kind of underwater cemetery. When the first container was opened, the smell that emerged sent hardened investigators running for fresh air. Inside was what remained of a human body, preserved in chemicals that had prevented normal decomposition while allowing something far more disturbing to occur. The man responsible for this underwater graveyard was Franklin Nash, a chemistry professor who had taught at Iowa State University for over 30 years before retiring to a remote farm where he could pursue what he called his preservation research without academic oversight or ethical constraints. Franklin had been using the isolated farm pond as his personal laboratory, conducting experiments in human preservation that made ancient Egyptian mummification techniques seem primitive by comparison. Franklin Nash wasn't born into darkness. He came into the world in 1932 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the eldest son of a Methodist minister who preached about salvation while his wife played piano hymns that echoed through their modest parsonage. Franklin was a bright child, curious about everything, the kind of boy who pulled apart mechanical toys to understand how they worked and spent hours in the basement mixing household chemicals to see what reactions he could produce. His parents, busy with church duties and community obligations, encouraged what they saw as scientific aptitude, never suspecting that their son's curiosity would eventually lead him down paths that defied every moral principle they'd tried to instill. By high school, Franklin had developed an obsession with preservation. It started innocently enough, with biology projects that required him to prepare specimens for long-term study. But where other students simply followed textbook procedures, Franklin experimented with different chemical combinations, testing methods that could maintain cellular integrity for extended periods. His teacher, impressed by his dedication, arranged for him to work with the local mortuary during summer breaks, learning embalming techniques that would serve him well in ways no one could have anticipated. Franklin's undergraduate years at Iowa State revealed both his brilliance and his disturbing focus. He majored in chemistry with a minor in biology, but his real passion lay in what he called biological preservation science. He spent countless hours in the laboratory developing new chemical formulations that could halt decomposition more effectively than traditional methods. His professors praised his innovative thinking, his meticulous documentation, his ability to achieve results that senior researchers couldn't replicate. What they didn't realize was that Franklin had been conducting unauthorized experiments on materials he obtained through methods he never discussed. After earning his doctorate, Franklin joined the Iowa State faculty as a professor of organic chemistry. For 30 years, he maintained the facade of academic respectability, teaching undergraduate courses, publishing research papers, and mentoring graduate students who respected his expertise in chemical preservation. But his real work was happening on the remote farm he'd purchased outside Ames, a property that provided the privacy he needed for experiments that went far beyond anything sanctioned by the university. Franklin's first human subject was a vagrant named Thomas Eldridge, who had been passing through Iowa in the harsh winter of 1967. Thomas had been seeking shelter in abandoned buildings when Franklin found him, nearly frozen to death in an old barn. Franklin offered warmth, food, and medical attention, presenting himself as a good Samaritan, helping a fellow human being in distress. Thomas accepted gratefully, unaware that he had just volunteered to become the first subject in Franklin's lifelong study of human preservation. What Franklin did to Thomas in the basement of his farmhouse was documented in journals that read like a twisted combination of scientific research and medieval torture manual. Franklin didn't simply kill Thomas and preserve his body, but instead conducted what he called progressive preservation, a process that maintained life functions while gradually replacing biological fluids with chemical preservatives. Thomas remained conscious throughout much of the procedure, his body slowly transforming from living tissue to something that existed in a state between life and death. The chemicals Franklin had developed were more sophisticated than anything used in traditional embalming. They didn't just prevent decomposition, but actually enhanced cellular preservation, maintaining tissue integrity at the microscopic level while preventing the normal processes of death and decay. Thomas became Franklin's first successful specimen, a human being transformed into a permanent biological exhibit that retained the appearance of life while being fundamentally changed at the molecular level. Franklin's success with Thomas convinced him that he had made a breakthrough in preservation science that would revolutionize medicine, forensics, and biology. But he knew that his methods would never be accepted by the academic establishment, that his techniques crossed ethical lines that mainstream science refused to acknowledge. So Franklin decided to continue his research in secret, using his farm as a private laboratory where he could perfect his preservation methods without interference from colleagues who lacked his vision. Over the next 3 decades, Franklin would refine his techniques through experimentation on dozens of human subjects. Each person who disappeared into his laboratory contributed to his growing understanding of how chemical preservation could be applied to living tissue, how consciousness could be maintained during the transformation process, how the boundary between life and death could be manipulated through careful application of scientific principles. Franklin's victim selection showed the same methodical approach he brought to all his research. He targeted people who existed on society's margins, individuals whose disappearance would be attributed to the transient nature of modern life rather than foul play. Hitchhikers, seasonal workers, homeless individuals, anyone whose presence in Iowa could be explained by economic necessity rather than permanent residence became potential subjects for his preservation experiments. The farm pond became Franklin's storage facility once his basement laboratory reached capacity. He had developed waterproof containers that could maintain his chemical preservation systems even when submerged, creating an underwater archive of his life's work. Each container held a perfectly preserved human specimen, maintained in a state that allowed for continued study and observation decades after the initial preservation process had been completed. Franklin's journals revealed his conviction that he was conducting the most important biological research in human history. He believed that his preservation techniques could eventually be applied to extend human life indefinitely, that his methods for maintaining consciousness during chemical transformation could revolutionize medical treatment, that his discoveries represented a fundamental advance in humanity's understanding of life and death. To Franklin, his subjects weren't victims, but willing participants in groundbreaking research that would ultimately benefit all mankind. The drought that exposed Franklin's underwater laboratory also revealed the full scope of his preservation experiments. When investigators opened the first few containers, they found human specimens that had been maintained in perfect condition for decades, their faces showing expressions of terror or confusion that had been chemically frozen at the moment of death. But as they continued excavating the pond bottom, they discovered that some containers held subjects who had been preserved while still alive, their eyes following movement, their mouths attempting to form words they could no longer speak. Franklin's arrest came as he was preparing to add another specimen to his collection, an elderly woman named Dorothy Finch, who had responded to his advertisement for housekeeping services. Police found Franklin in his basement laboratory, surrounded by equipment that looked more like a medieval torture chamber than a scientific facility. When confronted with evidence of his crimes, Franklin showed no shame or remorse, but immediately began explaining his preservation methodology with the enthusiasm of a researcher presenting breakthrough findings to academic peers. The trial that followed became a battleground between scientific ethics and criminal law. Franklin's defense attorneys argued that he was a visionary researcher whose methods, while unconventional, had produced genuine advances in preservation science. The prosecution painted him as a sadistic killer who had used scientific language to justify decades of torture and murder. Expert witnesses struggled to evaluate techniques that were simultaneously brilliant and horrifying, innovations that pushed the boundaries of human knowledge while violating every principle of medical ethics. Franklin testified in his own defense with the calm authority of a professor delivering a lecture. He described his preservation methods in clinical detail, explained the chemical processes he had developed, and presented his research findings as contributions to scientific knowledge that would eventually benefit all humanity. He showed no recognition that his subjects were human beings deserving of dignity and respect, referring to them only as specimens that had participated in groundbreaking research. When asked about the suffering his preservation process had caused, Franklin replied that all scientific progress required sacrifice, that his subjects had contributed to research that would eventually eliminate death itself, that their temporary discomfort was justified by the magnitude of his discoveries. He maintained that his work represented the next stage in human evolution, a transformation that would allow consciousness to persist indefinitely through chemical preservation rather than biological processes. The jury convicted Franklin on 43 counts of murder, though investigators suspected the true number was higher. Many of his earlier experiments had been conducted with less sophisticated preservation methods that didn't maintain specimens in identifiable condition. The judge sentenced Franklin to life in prison without possibility of parole, calling his crimes among the most disturbing in Iowa's history. Franklin Nash died in prison in 2019, 32 years after his conviction. He spent his final decades writing detailed technical manuals describing his preservation methods, apparently hoping that future researchers would continue his work after his death. Prison officials destroyed these writings, but scientists who studied Franklin's techniques were disturbed to find that many of his innovations had genuine applications in legitimate medical research. He had made real advances in preservation science, while using those advances for purposes that violated every ethical principle governing human experimentation. The farm where Franklin conducted his research was eventually sold to developers who had no knowledge of its dark history. The pond was filled in, and the land was subdivided for residential construction, but local residents sometimes report strange phenomena in the area. They speak of chemical odors that seem to rise from the ground during heavy rains, of dreams filled with images of people trying to speak but being unable to make sounds, of a persistent feeling that something is watching from beneath the earth. But Franklin Nash's experiments in human preservation were just the beginning of a story that stretched across decades and involved horrors that made his chemical laboratories seem almost merciful by comparison. While investigators were still processing the evidence from his underwater graveyard, another discovery was emerging from the mountains of West Virginia, where abandoned coal mines provided perfect hiding places for someone who understood that the earth itself could be transformed into an instrument of murder. The discovery began with a cave-in. Heavy rains had destabilized an old mine shaft near the town of Beckley, causing a section of tunnel to collapse and exposing chambers that hadn't seen daylight in over 20 years. When state mining inspectors arrived to assess the damage, they expected to find typical abandoned mine hazards: flooded tunnels, unstable support structures, maybe some illegal dumping. Instead, they found themselves staring into a carefully constructed underground complex that had been carved from solid rock with precision that suggested years of methodical work. The tunnels weren't random excavations, but part of an organized system that extended deep into the mountain. Each chamber served a specific purpose in what appeared to be an elaborate underground facility designed for purposes that had nothing to do with coal mining. Some rooms contained restraints and monitoring equipment, others held surgical instruments and chemical storage systems. Still others were filled with what looked like medieval torture devices that had been modified with modern technology. The man responsible for this underground horror was Samuel Crenshaw, a former mining engineer who had spent 15 years carving his vision of perfect justice from the mountains of West Virginia. Samuel believed that society's legal system was fundamentally flawed, that criminals escaped punishment through technicalities and plea bargains, while their victims received no real satisfaction. So he had created his own court system, complete with holding cells, trial chambers, and execution facilities that operated according to his personal interpretation of biblical justice. Samuel was born in 1938 in the coal country of southern West Virginia, the son of a mine foreman who had worked underground for 30 years before black lung disease forced him into early retirement. The Crenshaw family lived in a company town where everyone's life revolved around the mine, where economic survival depended on the willingness to descend into darkness every day and extract wealth from the earth. Samuel grew up understanding that real power came from controlling what lay beneath the surface, from knowing the underground world better than anyone else. As a young man, Samuel showed exceptional talent for mining engineering. He could read geological surveys Like other people read novels, understanding exactly how rock formations would respond to excavation, where support structures needed to be placed, how underground water would flow through tunnel systems. His supervisors recognized his abilities and promoted him quickly through the ranks, eventually making him responsible for designing and overseeing major excavation projects throughout the region. But Samuel's real passion wasn't coal extraction, but something far more personal. He had become obsessed with what he called underground justice, a system of punishment that would operate beyond the reach of corrupt legal institutions. He spent his spare time studying historical examples of cave prisons, underground execution chambers, and subterranean torture facilities used by various justice could only be achieved in the depths of the earth were scree cultures throughout history. He believed that truums would be absorbed by solid rock and bodies could disappear into caverns that would never give up their secrets. Samuel's first underground courtroom was built in an abandoned mine shaft that he had access to through his engineering work. He spent months modifying the tunnel system, creating chambers that could serve as holding cells, trial rooms, and execution facilities. He installed drainage systems that could handle blood and other biological fluids, ventilation that would prevent suffocation while maintaining complete sound isolation, and disposal methods that would ensure bodies would never be recovered. His first case involved a man named Robert Hayes, who had been acquitted of sexual assault on a technicality despite evidence that Samuel considered overwhelming. Samuel had followed the trial closely, becoming increasingly frustrated with what he saw as the legal system's failure to deliver appropriate punishment. So he decided to retry the case in his own court, using methods that would ensure a more satisfactory outcome for everyone involved except the defendant. Samuel abducted Robert from a parking lot outside a bar, using a combination of chloroform and physical force to subdue his victim before transporting him to the underground facility. When Robert regained consciousness, he found himself in what Samuel called his courtroom, a chamber carved from solid rock and lit by torches that cast dancing shadows on the walls. Samuel, wearing black robes he had fashioned himself, explained that Robert was being retried for his crimes under a system of justice that would not be corrupted by legal technicalities or procedural safeguards. What followed was a trial that lasted for days, with Samuel serving as judge, jury, and prosecutor, while Robert was forced to defend himself against charges that had already been decided. Samuel had prepared extensive documentation of Robert's alleged crimes, witness statements he had gathered through his own investigation, and evidence that he claimed proved guilt beyond any reasonable doubt. The proceedings were recorded on audio equipment, creating a permanent record of what Samuel considered perfect justice being served. When the inevitable guilty verdict was announced, Samuel explained that the sentence would be death by a method he had developed specifically for sexual predators. Robert would be subjected to the same type of violation he had inflicted on others, but with instruments and techniques that would ensure the process continued until life finally ended. The execution took place over several hours, with Samuel documenting every stage of the process for future reference. The success of his first underground trial convinced Samuel that he had created a superior system of justice that could address society's most serious problems where traditional courts had failed. Over the next decade, he would expand his facility to handle multiple cases simultaneously, developing specialized chambers for different types of crimes and punishment methods that he considered appropriate for various categories of offense. Samuel's victim selection was based on his personal research into cases where he believed the legal system had failed to deliver appropriate justice. He would attend trials, read court records, and interview victims or their families to identify situations where criminals had escaped punishment through what he considered legal loopholes. He then conducted his own investigations to gather evidence that would support retrials in his underground court system. The mining expertise Samuel had developed over years of professional work served him well in creating and maintaining his subterranean justice complex. He understood how to excavate chambers that would remain stable for decades, how to install systems that would function reliably underground, how to dispose of waste materials in ways that would never be discovered by surface investigators. His engineering knowledge made him the perfect architect for a facility designed to operate completely outside the reach of conventional law enforcement. Samuel's methods of punishment were designed to fit what he considered the specific nature of each crime. Thieves had their hands crushed slowly in devices he had constructed from mining equipment. Murderers were subjected to the same methods they had used on their victims, but with refinements that prolonged the process. Sexual predators faced violations that continued until death, administered with mechanical precision that eliminated any possibility of mercy or reprieve. The underground complex Samuel created over 15 years of secret construction was a marvel of criminal and engineering. Multiple levels connected by elevator systems he had installed himself, each floor dedicated to different aspects of his justice operations. The upper levels contained holding cells and interrogation rooms where initial processing took place. The middle levels housed his courtrooms and administrative offices where trials were conducted and sentences were decided. The lowest levels contained execution chambers and disposal facilities where final justice was administered and evidence was permanently eliminated. Samuel's journals, discovered after his capture, revealed his conviction that he was serving a divine purpose in creating his underground court system. He believed that God had given him the engineering skills necessary to build perfect justice facilities, that his mining knowledge was meant to be used for excavating chambers where true judgment could be rendered, that his work represented a return to biblical principles of punishment that modern society had abandoned in favor of corrupt legal technicalities. The investigation that eventually exposed Samuel began with a missing person report that seemed routine but contained details that caught the attention of an experienced detective. Maria Santos had been following patterns of disappearances throughout West Virginia, noting that certain types of criminals seemed to vanish at higher rates than statistical models would predict. When she mapped the locations where these individuals had last been seen, a pattern emerged that centered on the mountains around Beckley. Detective Santos's investigation revealed that Samuel had been targeting people whose cases he had researched through court records and newspaper archives. She found evidence that he had attended numerous trials, interviewed crime victims, and conducted surveillance on individuals he considered guilty of crimes that hadn't been appropriately punished. His activities showed the methodical approach of someone building legal cases rather than simply selecting random victims. The cave in that exposed Samuel's underground complex came at the perfect time for investigators who had been struggling to find concrete evidence of his activities. When mining inspectors discovered the carved chambers and sophisticated equipment, Detective Santos immediately recognized the connection to her missing persons investigation. The underground facility contained everything needed to explain where dozens of people had disappeared over the past 15 years. Samuel's arrest came as he was conducting what he called a sentencing hearing for a man named David Morton, who had been acquitted of domestic violence charges that Samuel considered inadequately prosecuted. Police found Samuel in his underground courtroom, wearing judicial robes and reading from a sentencing document he had prepared with legal precision. When confronted by law enforcement, Samuel expressed surprise that they had found his facility, but showed no shame about his activities, immediately offering to give them a guided tour of his justice complex. The trial that followed became a study in the psychology of vigilantism, taken to its logical extreme. Samuel testified with the dignity of a judge, explaining legal precedents, describing his underground court system as a necessary response to the failures of conventional justice. He presented detailed records of each case he had tried, evidence he had gathered to support his verdicts, and documentation of sentences he had carried out according to what he considered appropriate biblical standards. Expert witnesses struggled to evaluate Samuel's mental state, finding him completely rational in his thinking, but operating according to moral principles that had been twisted into justifications for systematic torture and murder. He showed no signs of traditional mental illness, but had created an elaborate delusional system that cast him as an agent of divine justice, correcting the failures of human legal institutions. When the jury convicted Samuel on 38 counts of murder, he maintained that his work had served a vital social function that conventional courts were unwilling to perform. In his final statement, he said that his underground facility had delivered justice in cases where traditional legal systems had failed, that his methods had provided closure for victims who had been denied satisfaction by corrupt procedural safeguards, and that someday society would recognize the necessity of his work. Samuel Crenshaw was sentenced to death and executed in 2018, 26 years after his conviction. He spent his final decades writing detailed legal briefs, arguing for the legitimacy of his underground court system, apparently hoping that future vigilantes would adopt his methods for delivering justice where conventional systems had failed. Prison officials destroyed these writings, but investigators who studied Samuel's case remained disturbed by the sophisticated nature of his facility and his genuine belief that murder could be justified through legal procedures he had created himself. The mine complex where Samuel conducted his underground trials was sealed permanently by state authorities who determined that the structural modifications he had made created ongoing safety hazards. The area remains off limits to the public, but local residents sometimes report hearing sounds that seem to rise from deep underground, as if the mountain itself remembers what happened in its depths and continues to echo with the screams of people who received Samuel's version of perfect justice. The summer heat of 1993 had turned Phoenix into a furnace, But inside the refrigerated warehouse on the outskirts of town, Detective Ray Martinez found something that made his blood run cold. Hanging from meat hooks like sides of beef were 17 human bodies, each one carefully butchered and packaged in clear plastic wrap. Labels marked with dates and weights were attached to every package, as if someone had been preparing them for commercial distribution. The smell of industrial refrigeration couldn't mask the sweet stench of death that permeated every corner of the facility. The man responsible had been operating in plain sight for over 6 years. His name was Vincent Torres, and to everyone in the neighborhood, he was simply the friendly butcher who ran Torres Family Meats, a small shop that specialized in custom cuts and exotic game processing. Customers praised his attention to detail, his reasonable prices, and his willingness to work with hunters who brought in unusual animals. What they didn't know was that Vincent had been mixing human meat with his legitimate products, creating what he called his specialty blends for customers who never suspected they were consuming something far more disturbing than venison or wild boar. Vincent wasn't born into the meat business. He came into the world in 1955 in a suburb of Tucson, the middle child of 3 boys, in a family that struggled to make ends meet. His father worked construction when he could find jobs. His mother cleaned houses for wealthy families, and the Torres children learned early that survival meant making do with whatever they could get. But Vincent was different from his brothers. While they played with toys or watched television, Vincent was fascinated by the process of preparing food, particularly the transformation of living animals into edible meat. By age 12, Vincent had convinced his parents to let him work weekends at a local butcher shop, claiming he wanted to learn a useful trade. The owner, impressed by the boy's enthusiasm and attention to detail, taught him how to break down carcasses, how to identify the best cuts of meat, how to use every part of an animal for maximum profit. Vincent absorbed these lessons with an intensity that bordered on obsession, spending hours after work studying anatomy books and practicing his knife techniques on roadkill he found on his way home. The first time Vincent tasted human flesh was during his senior year of high school when a classmate named Maria Valdez died in a car accident near his house. Vincent arrived at the scene before emergency responders, and in the chaos of the moment, he managed to collect samples of tissue that had been scattered by the impact. Later that night, in the privacy of his bedroom, he cooked and consumed what he had gathered, discovering a flavor that he would later describe as unlike anything he had ever experienced. That first taste awakened something in Vincent that would define the rest of his life. He began to crave human meat with an intensity that overshadowed every other desire, but he was intelligent enough to understand that obtaining it would require careful planning and perfect execution. He spent the next several years learning everything he could about the meat processing industry, working at various slaughterhouses and butcher shops while developing techniques that would allow him to operate his own business with minimal oversight. When Vincent finally opened Torres Family Meats in 1987, he had already identified his first suppliers. The homeless population around Phoenix provided an abundant source of raw materials, individuals whose disappearance would be attributed to the natural mobility of street life rather than foul play. Vincent would cruise the areas where transients gathered, offering work at his processing facility to people who were desperate enough to accept employment from a stranger. The initial processing of human materials required modifications to Vincent's standard butchering techniques. Human anatomy differed significantly from the livestock he was accustomed to handling, requiring different approaches to breaking down carcasses efficiently. He spent months perfecting his methods, learning which cuts could be passed off as exotic game meat and which required special preparation to mask their true origin. Vincent's customer base grew steadily as word spread about his high quality products and competitive prices. He developed relationships with upscale restaurants that specialized in unusual cuisine, hunting clubs that wanted professional processing of their kills, and individual customers who appreciated his attention to detail. None of them suspected that their orders sometimes included ingredients that Vincent had obtained through methods that would have horrified them. The blending process Vincent developed was perhaps his greatest innovation. He learned to mix human meat with legitimate animal products in ratios that enhanced flavor while maintaining the appearance of normal beef, pork, or game meat. His special marinades and seasoning blends helped mask any unusual tastes or textures, and his careful attention to packaging ensured that his products looked completely professional and legitimate. Vincent's hunting methods evolved as his business expanded. He developed a network of contacts among social workers, halfway house operators, and others who worked with vulnerable populations. He would identify individuals who had severed ties with family or friends, people whose absence wouldn't trigger immediate investigations. His approach was always helpful and professional, offering legitimate work opportunities that made his victims grateful rather than suspicious. The processing facility Vincent created in the warehouse behind his retail shop was a masterpiece of efficiency and concealment. He had installed industrial grade equipment that could handle large volumes of material quickly and quietly, refrigeration systems that maintained perfect storage conditions, and waste disposal methods that eliminated any trace of his activities. The facility operated like a legitimate meat processing plant in every detail except the source of its raw materials. Vincent's record keeping showed the systematic approach he brought to his business operations. He maintained detailed inventory logs, customer preference files, and production schedules that treated human processing with the same professional attention he gave to legitimate orders. His journals documented flavor profiles, preparation techniques, and customer feedback with the precision of a chef perfecting recipes for a high-end restaurant. The investigation that exposed Vincent began with a routine health department inspection that revealed inconsistencies in his supplier documentation. Inspector Janet Walsh noticed that Vincent's inventory records showed purchases of exotic game that didn't match the permits required for importing such materials. When she pressed for documentation, Vincent's explanations became increasingly vague and contradictory, raising suspicions that led to a more thorough investigation. Detective Martinez's search of the warehouse revealed the full scope of Vincent's operation. Hidden behind legitimate meat storage were human remains in various stages of processing, equipment modified specifically for handling human materials, and chemical systems designed to mask the distinctive characteristics of human tissue. The discovery of 17 bodies confirmed that Vincent had been operating his human meat business for years without detection. Vincent's arrest came as he was preparing to fill a large order for a downtown restaurant that specialized in exotic cuisine. Police found him in his processing room, calmly butchering what appeared to be a side of beef, but was actually the torso of a homeless man who had disappeared 3 days earlier. When confronted with evidence of his crimes, Vincent showed no shame or remorse, immediately offering to explain his processing techniques and business model to officers who were trying not to vomit. The trial that followed horrified even veteran court observers, as the full extent of Vincent's activities was revealed. Prosecutors presented evidence that he had murdered at least 43 people over 6 years, processing their remains for sale to unsuspecting customers who had consumed human meat without ever knowing it. Expert witnesses testified about the sophisticated methods Vincent had used to blend human tissue with legitimate animal products, creating hybrid meats that passed visual inspection and taste tests. Vincent testified in his own defense with the calm professionalism of a businessman explaining his industry. He described his sourcing methods, detailed his processing techniques, and presented his customer satisfaction records as evidence that his products met the highest quality standards. He showed no recognition that he had been feeding human flesh to innocent people, referring to his victims only as raw materials that had been transformed into premium food products through his expertise and innovation. When asked about the suffering he had caused his victims, Vincent replied that he had always tried to minimize pain and distress during processing, that his killing methods were more humane than those used in conventional slaughterhouses, that his victims had contributed to something meaningful rather than simply disappearing into urban anonymity. He maintained that his meat blending techniques had created flavor experiences that his customers had genuinely enjoyed, even if they hadn't understood the true nature of what they were consuming. The jury convicted Vincent on 43 counts of murder, along with charges related to food safety violations and fraudulent business practices. The judge sentenced him to death, calling his crimes among the most disturbing in Arizona's history. As Vincent was led from the courtroom, he turned to address the gallery and said that his processing methods represented innovations in food science that could revolutionize the meat industry if properly understood and legally implemented. Vincent Torres was executed by lethal injection in 2008, 15 years after his conviction. He spent his final years writing detailed technical manuals about meat processing and food preparation, but apparently hoping that legitimate techers would adopt his blending techniques for legal applications. Prison officials destroyed these writings, but health inspectors who studied Vincent's case implemented new oversight procedures designed to prevent similar operations from going undetected. The building that housed Torres Family Meats was demolished within months of Vincent's arrest, but the psychological contamination lingered in ways that concrete removal couldn't address. Customers who had purchased meat from his shop required extensive counseling when they learned what they might have consumed. Several restaurants that had used Vincent's products closed permanently, unable to overcome the stigma associated with his crimes. The entire neighborhood seemed poisoned by the knowledge of what had been happening in their midst. Local health officials conducted extensive testing to determine how many people might have unknowingly consumed human meat from Vincent's operation, but the sophisticated blending methods he had used made detection virtually impossible. Thousands of customers had purchased products from Torres family meats over the years, creating a community of unwilling cannibals who would never know the true nature of what they had eaten. The psychological impact of this uncertainty continues to affect the Phoenix area decades after Vincent's execution. But Vincent Torres's cannibalistic meat business was just one horror among many that emerged from America's shadows during those dark years. While investigators were still processing the evidence from his processing facility, another discovery was being made in the bayous of Louisiana, where the humid swamplands provided perfect cover for someone who understood that nature itself could be turned into an instrument of systematic murder. The discovery came during Hurricane Katrina's aftermath, when receding floodwaters revealed things that had been hidden in the Louisiana swamps for over a decade. Cleanup crews working in the marshlands outside New Orleans found what appeared to be an abandoned fishing camp, a collection of weathered buildings connected by boardwalks that stretched deep into the wetlands. But when investigators examined the structures more closely, they realized they were looking at something far more sinister than a simple hunting lodge. The buildings had been modified into a complex designed for holding and processing human beings with the same efficiency that commercial fishermen used for their catches. Each structure served a specific purpose in what appeared to be an elaborate system for capturing, preparing, and disposing of human victims, using methods that took advantage of the swamp's natural characteristics. The alligator population that thrived in these waters had been unknowingly serving as disposal agents for someone who understood exactly how to use Louisiana's ecosystem as an accomplice to murder. The man responsible was Claude Boudreau, a third-generation Cajun fisherman who had inherited both his family's knowledge of the bayous and their fierce independence from outside authority. For 12 years, Claude had been using his intimate understanding of swamp ecology to operate what he called his human processing station, a facility that reduced people to component parts with the same efficiency his ancestors had used to process their catches for market. Claude was born in 1951 in a fishing village deep in the Louisiana bayous, the youngest son of a family that had been working these waters since before the Civil War. The Boudreau clan lived by rules that predated modern law enforcement, settling disputes through methods that urban society had long abandoned. Claude grew up understanding that the swamp was a place where different rules applied, where problems could be made to disappear without trace, where a man who understood the ecosystem could operate beyond the reach of conventional authority. As a child, Claude showed unusual fascination with the predatory aspects of swamp life. While other children learned to fish and hunt as practical skills, Claude was captivated by the killing processes themselves. He would spend hours watching alligators feed, studying how they dismembered their prey, timing how long it took for various animals to disappear completely into the ecosystem. His family attributed this interest to natural curiosity about their environment, never suspecting that Claude was actually conducting research for future applications. By his teenage years, Claude had developed techniques for using alligators as disposal agents that went far beyond anything his relatives had imagined. He learned to prepare organic materials in ways that would attract specific predators, to time feeding schedules that would maximize consumption efficiency, to distribute remains throughout the ecosystem in patterns that would prevent any single discovery from revealing the full scope of his activities. Claude's first human victim was a game warden named Robert Thibodeau, who had been investigating reports of illegal hunting in Claude's section of the bayou. Robert had been working alone, following leads that suggested someone was poaching protected species for commercial sale. When he failed to return from his patrol, other wardens assumed he had gotten lost or suffered equipment failure in the vast maze of waterways that made up the deep swamp. What actually happened to Robert was documented in journals Claude kept with meticulous detail. He had ambushed the warden at a remote fishing spot, using knowledge of patrol routes he had obtained through careful observation. Robert was subdued with a combination of physical force and chemical sedatives, then transported to Claude's processing station, where he became the first subject in experiments that would continue for over a decade. Claude didn't simply kill Robert and feed him to alligators. Instead, he conducted what he called ecosystem integration studies, carefully documenting how different parts of the human body were processed by various swamp predators. He learned which tissues attracted alligators most effectively, how long bones took to decompose in acidic swamp water, which scavengers would clean remains most thoroughly. Robert's death became a learning experience that informed all of Claude's subsequent activities. The processing station Claude built deep in the bayou was a marvel of adaptation to swamp conditions. He had constructed facilities that could operate during flood seasons, drainage systems that worked with natural water flows, and disposal methods that took advantage of predator behavior patterns he had studied for years. The entire complex was designed to work with the ecosystem rather than against it, creating a symbiotic relationship between human processing and natural predation. Claude's victim selection showed deep understanding of how people disappeared in Louisiana's rural areas. He targeted individuals whose absence would be attributed to the natural dangers of swamp environments rather than foul play. Hunters who ventured too far from established trails, fishermen who worked alone in remote areas, tourists who ignored safety warnings about venturing into unmarked waterways, all became potential subjects for Claude's ecosystem studies. The methods Claude used for processing human remains were based on techniques his family had developed for preparing fish and game over generations of swamp living. But Claude had refined these methods specifically for human materials, learning which preparation techniques would make remains most attractive to predators, which chemical treatments would accelerate decomposition, which distribution patterns would ensure complete consumption by the ecosystem. These stories represent just a fraction of the darkness that lurks beneath America's surface, hidden behind ordinary faces and everyday routines. Each killer we've examined shared a common thread: the ability to blend seamlessly into society while conducting their monstrous work in secret. They remind us that evil doesn't announce itself with fanfare or warning signs. It whispers quietly, smiles politely, and waits patiently for the perfect moment to strike.